Chapter 29-21. Chapter 3SS3. Fire Dance 1. Bingquan City Brawler Training Center. The Brawler Training Center was the most popular training center in Bingquan City, and more than 10,000 people visited the establishment each day. Not only did this place own the best training facilities available, but it also had excellent instructors. However, the main contributor to the training center's popularity would still be the small fighting competitions the training center held weekly. Moreover, it was even an indiscriminate fighting competition. When the referee gave his verdict, cheers filled the arena in the arena located on the third-floor hall. The champion of this week's competition had just been crowned. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, this week's champion was a young and beautiful woman. This young woman possessed attractive facial features and a sensual body that drew both men's and women's eyes. Big Sis Fire Dance, you're amazing. There was a professional fighter participating in today's competition, yet you still beat him nonetheless. That person has even won the championship of the city's fighting competition before. With this, there is hardly anybody who can be a match in Bingquan City. A robust man who was nearly 2 meters tall and looked to be in his late 20s, said as he looked at the young woman, who had just won the weekly competition, in admiration. When the robust man and young woman stood side by side, they also created a disharmonious scene for the surrounding people. Despite being larger and older than the young woman, the robust man behaved as if he was the woman's little brother. "Water Buffalo, how many times have I told you not to call me by my ID when we're outside?" the woman named Fire Dance said, rolling her eyes. She then smiled faintly and continued, "If you call me by my ID one more time, I'll let you experience the joy of that professional fighter as well." The stout man named Water Buffalo shivered when he recalled the sight of Fire Dance nearly breaking the professional fighter's leg. "I won't do it anymore. I promise. I swear." Fire Dance might seem like an alluring and delicate beauty, but her combat power was on the level of monsters. Many of their current team members were professional fighters. A few even had some fame in their respective cities. However, Fire Dance had still beaten every one of them into submission. With his skills, Water Buffalo doubted he could last more than 5 moves. "Out with it," Fire Dance said. "Why did you suddenly come looking for me today? The raid members for the Dark Moon Graveyard have gathered, but someone in our team named Little Seven got targeted by a guild player and is currently being hunted," Water Buffalo said in frustration. "I wanted to ask for your help, but you were so busy with the competition that I couldn't even contact you. So, I had no choice but to visit you in person." "Does the other party have a powerful background?" Fire Dance asked. She had played many virtual reality games before, so she knew how troublesome it would be to become hostile with a large guild. She had also experienced being hunted by a large guild to the point of having no choice but to retire from the game. Meanwhile, she liked the virtual reality game known as God's Domain very much. If this problem involved a large guild, she would have to be cautious in dealing with it. "I heard that the other party is an elite member of Martial Union," Water Buffalo said. "Got it. I'll go online as quickly as possible and head to the Dark Moon Graveyard with you. I want to see exactly how powerful this Martial Union is." Fire Dance nodded, an icy gleam flashing across her eyes. She had gone to great lengths to establish her current team. It was also her ambition to create a powerful team in God's domain. How could she possibly let other people humiliate her team at this stage of the game? Afterward, Fire Dance rushed back to her home, logged into God's domain via her virtual gaming helmet, and met up with Water Buffalo. Star Moon Kingdom, Dark Moon Graveyard. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were hurrying their way from Red Leaf Town to the Dark Moon Graveyard, they suddenly received 2 regional announcements. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 10 reputation points in White River City. Red Leaf Town Region System announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. All players within the team will be rewarded with 30 reputation points in Red Leaf Town. Someone cleared the Dark Moon Graveyard. Water Buffalo couldn't believe his eyes when he read the system announcements. How is this possible? The various guilds had only begun raiding the Dark Moon Graveyard recently. With the levels and equipment standard of the various guilds' main force, it should take them at least 5 days to even conquer the Dark Moon Graveyard's hard mode, let alone the dungeon's hell mode. Ouroboros. Fire Dance's eyes widened in shock as she read the system announcements. Is there such a huge gap between us? She had more or less heard of the guild Ouroboros. Unlike the unrated guilds operating in Red Leaf Town, Ouroboros was a bona fide first-rate guild. However, Fire Dance previously thought there wasn't much of a gap between herself and a first-rate guild. She had been extremely diligent in leveling up, and she had even reached level 6 already. At this stage of the game, she definitely ranked among the top echelon of players in Red Leaf Town. Meanwhile, according to the research she conducted on the Dark Moon Graveyard, let alone level 6, even level 10 players would have difficulty conquering the dungeon's hard mode. Needless to say, the dungeon's hell mode would be even more challenging. Originally, she had been confident that her team could clear the dungeon's normal mode within the next 3 days. Afterward, they would challenge the dungeon's hard mode and compete with the various guilds' teams. Now, however, her ambitions had become a complete joke. During the time Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were processing the shock brought by the regional announcement, they quickly met up with Little Seven, who had been hiding in the forest surrounding the Dark Moon Graveyard. "Little Seven, are you all right?" Fire Dance asked with concern as she looked at the delicate little girl in front of her. "I'm fine, Big Sis Fire. I've been hiding inside this tree hole all this time, so they never managed to find me," Little Seven explained and nodded. "They were close to finding me originally, but because of the recent system announcement, they suddenly began making their way to the dungeon. If not for that, I would have died for sure." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, that's good. Water Buffalo sighed in relief. "We don't have to fight with Martial Union now." Little Seven had only risen to level 6 recently. She even wielded a mysterious iron staff and wore several pieces of level 5 bronze equipment. She was their team's main firepower. If she got killed and lost one of her items, their plan of raiding the Dark Moon Graveyard would have to be delayed. "We won't let this matter slide. Since Martial Union dares target our team members, we'll need to make it pay." Fire Dance snarled. "We'll head to the dungeon and see what they're up to." After saying so, Fire Dance entered stealth and dashed toward the Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance. Seeing this, Water Buffalo couldn't help but sigh in frustration. After having Little Seven return to town, he followed after Fire Dance with haste. Chapter 29-22. Chapter 4 Star Moon Kingdom, Red Leaf Town. NPCs who behaved almost the same as real people crowded the streets of Red Leaf Town. Whether it was the environment or perception of players, everything in God's domain felt incredibly realistic. Anyone who entered this game would feel as if they had arrived in an actual alien world instead of a virtual world. If not for the system interface hovering in front of every player and the different icons hovering above the heads of players and NPCs, the world of God's domain would look no different than a real world in the eyes of players. This game is amazing. I thought the game's promotion was exaggerated, but this is simply incredible. I really wonder which company made this game, Zhao Yueru exclaimed. Zhao Yueru was currently sitting on the roof of a 3-story restaurant. As she observed the view beneath her, she couldn't help but be awed. She had played many virtual reality games before, but none of them came even close to matching God's domain. The game known as God's Domain was many notches above even the best virtual reality game that currently existed. The food in this game was also different from other virtual reality games, which only offered basic flavors and nothing else. Eating food in God's domain was akin to eating food in the real world. Everything from textures and flavors was replicated perfectly. In this game, eating food would no longer have to be for the sole purpose of replenishing one's in-game stamina or health. Instead, one could also eat for the sake of enjoyment. Of course, the precondition for enjoyment was that one ate food that was delicious. If one ate the black bread that was selling for only 2 copper coins per 5 loaves, rather than enjoyment, it would become torture instead. Yes, God's domain is indeed incredible, Gentle Snow, who was currently geared in white plate armor and carrying a silver greatsword on her back, said, nodding in agreement. A hint of confusion flashing across her eyes, she continued, "Although I've previously looked into it, I still couldn't find out which company developed God's domain. It's as if the game appeared out of thin air. Moreover, it even received the support and promotion of many major powers. Even the Green God Company is showing great interest in this game. What's even more amazing is the level of technology used in this game. It is several generations ahead of other virtual reality games in this regard, and has even accomplished the impossible feat of accelerating time. When playing the standard virtual reality game, 1 hour spent in the game world was 1 hour spent in the real world. However, it was different for God's domain. 2 hours spent in the game world was 1 hour spent in the real world. This functionality was simply unheard of. Isn't that great? Zhao Yueru couldn't help but smile when she saw the amazed look on Gentle Snow's face. We players get to enjoy double the pleasure in God's domain. No, you don't understand the true meaning of this technology, Gentle Snow said, shaking her head. Initially, Gentle Snow believed that God's domain would become a popular virtual reality game and eventually have a massive player base. She felt that it might even become one of the top 5 best-selling games in the world. However, her opinions changed after realizing that the game possessed the never-before-seen time dilation technology. With this technology implemented into the game, players could essentially double their expected lifespans by playing the game. Players could also double their work or study efficiency by bringing their work or studies to the world of God's domain. With this technology alone, God's domain could easily surpass any pre-existing virtual reality games. As icing on the cake, the degree of realism in God's domain was also unprecedented, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a second world for human beings. At this point, Gentle Snow could already foresee that God's domain would become the sole virtual reality game in the world in a few months. This would deal a devastating blow to all virtual reality games currently on the market. It might even redefine virtual reality games completely. However, Zhao Yueru had no clue what her best friend was saying. She simply nodded every now and then while enjoying the blueberry pie in front of her. By the way, how is that recipe we got from Yifeng? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. Gentle Snow placed heavy importance on the basic strength potion recipe they got from Yifeng. After raiding the hell-mode Deathly Forest, she had told Zhao Yueru to immediately hand it to one of the guild's alchemists for production. An increase in 6 points to strength might not seem like much, but it was a significant increase for players who were only at level 4 or level 5. After excluding the used ones, we currently have around 1,000 bottles stocked up. Thanks to these basic strength potions, we are making good progress in raiding level 4 and level 5 party dungeons. Currently, all of our elite members have at least 4 pieces of bronze equipment each. At this rate, I believe raiding the Dark Moon Graveyard shouldn't be a big problem, Zhao Yueru said in a slightly excited tone. We currently have a huge lead over the guild's elite teams located in other towns when it comes to levels and equipment. Many of the guild members from the neighboring towns are gradually making their way to Red Leaf Town. If this continues, the advantage we'll have when we enter White River City will grow bigger and bigger. Are the effects this great? Gentle Snow was a little surprised. Gentle Snow had been entirely focused on grinding and raiding dungeons recently, so she hadn't been paying much attention to guild affairs. She only tasked Xiao Yueru and Xiao Yuera with managing the basic strength potions matter. However, Gentle Snow never thought that the basic strength potion recipe they got from Yi Feng would have such astonishing effects. Gentle Snow couldn't help but admit that Yi Feng's present was truly amazing. That's right. If not for this potion, I'm afraid we will have to delay our plans to raid the Dark Moon Graveyard by 1 or 2 days, Zhao Yueru said, nodding. I really don't know if Yi Feng is lucky or very lucky. Our members have raided the Deathly Forest over a dozen times already, yet they haven't gotten even one extra basic strength potion recipe until now. Instead, all they got are a bunch of other recipes. I don't think that's a matter of luck. Yi Feng might look ordinary, but he gives off an indescribably calm and confident feeling. I have seen many confident and prideful experts before, but his confidence gives me completely different vibes. It feels as if he has an excellent understanding of God's domain, and his movements in the dungeon make it seem as if he had raided it many times before, Gentle Snow said, shaking her head. She remembered the expression Shi Feng made when their party had conquered the Deathly Forest. There was no joy in his expression. Instead, he reacted as if their success was an inevitable outcome, and this was a bizarre reaction. It should be known that the Deathly Forest was Red Leaf Town's first-party dungeon. The achievement of being the first party to clear the dungeon held extraordinary significance. Even a beta tester of the game should feel excited over such an achievement. After all, the Deathly Forest parameters should have been altered after the game's official launch. This was especially true for the boss's statistics and attack patterns. However, Shi Feng's reaction to their success was indescribably bland. He looked as if he was a veteran carrying a party of newcomers. Snow, you think too highly of him. He's only relying on the fact that he's a beta tester to behave that way. However, the beta test doesn't have team dungeons. Everyone will have the same starting point when it comes to team dungeons, Zhao Yueru said nonchalantly. If he has even half of Black Flame's abilities, I'll bow down in deference to him. Zhao Yueru held great admiration toward the person known as Black Flame. The man had made a fortune through the glimmer chest plate he created. The amount of money he had earned was something even first-rate guilds like Ouroboros envied. Most importantly, he could produce level 10 mysterious iron equipment. With this kind of ability, Black Flame was more than capable of influencing an entire guild. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros desperately sought to partner with him. Relying on his status as a beta tester, is it? Gentle Snow mumbled. However, although she felt that Zhao Yueru's words sounded reasonable, her intuition told her that Shi Feng wasn't as simple as he appeared. While Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru talked about Shi Feng, a girl dressed in an exquisite white robe suddenly approached them. This person was none other than Xiao Yuer, one of Gentle Snow's close confidants. In an anxious tone, Xiao Yuer said, "Big Sis Snow, something big happened." I don't know what Chao Qinghua said, but the Grand Elders suddenly decided to hold an executive meeting. They planned to decide on the next guild leader during this meeting. Currently, all of the guild's elders and Grand Elders have already reached the meeting venue, and were the only ones absent. So soon! Zhao Yueru was stunned when she heard this news. Ouroboros currently still lacked a guild leader, and because of this problem, numerous arguments had occurred between Gentle Snow and Chao Qinghua. As their two sides possessed significant influence in the guild elders could never decide who should become the next guild leader. Originally, the plan was to wait for another year and a half for both guild leader candidates to display their abilities before deciding who would succeed the guild leader position. Either that, or if one of the candidates managed to make a significant achievement in God's domain. Currently, it had only been a few days since God's domain launched, yet the guild's elders and grand elders already planned to choose the next guild leader. This was simply too soon. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I understand. We'll log off and head over immediately, Gentle Snow said after pondering over the matter. She then looked at Xiao Yuer and said, "Get the Glimmer chest plate's matter settled as soon as possible." Gentle Snow was certain Chao Qinghua had made plenty of preparations now that he had persuaded the Grand Elders to host such an impromptu meeting. If that were the case, what came next would be a comparison to see who had the bigger fist in God's domain. "I'll go get it done right away." Xiao Yuer hurriedly left the restaurant and made her way to the Forging Association immediately. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow and Zhao Yuru paid the bill for their meal, they logged out of the game and made their way to Ouroboros's top-floor meeting room. Chapter 2923_SS5 Gentle Snow 3 SS5 Gentle Snow 3 Ouroboros's headquarters, top-floor meeting room. Several dozen Ouroboros executives were currently gathered inside the basketball court-sized meeting room. These people were either the branch managers of an area or elders of the guild. Meanwhile, the guild's 5 grand elders and vice guild leaders were seated at the head of the table. As the meeting had yet to begin, the branch managers and guild elders were having private discussions with each other. What's going on? Why did even the 5 grand elders show up? Is it because of God's domain? It must be. God's domain is too popular. Right now, it has already become the most popular game in the world. I even heard that some major corporations are investing in this game. So, if our guild wants to take a step further in the virtual gaming industry, God's domain will be the best place to do so. But from what I heard, it seems the discussion topic this time isn't just limited to how we should tackle God's domain. It seems we will also be discussing who will succeed the guild leader position. That's natural. The guild leader position has been vacant for a long time already, and the 2 vice guild leaders have been responsible for managing the guild all this time. It sounds like a joke when you mention it to others. Everyone present was aware that something big would happen in today's meeting. Not to mention, it was already common knowledge that Chao Qinghua was greedily vying to become Ouroboros's guild leader. However, recently, Gentle Snow, the guild leader's younger sister, had also been showing excellent performance. She had helped the guild develop significantly. She had even helped the guild garner a lot of sponsors and advertising fees. At this point, Gentle Snow had already become Ouroboros's label, and many players had joined the guild because of Gentle Snow. Even so, Chao Qinghua wasn't a pushover. The achievements he had accomplished were not the slightest bit inferior to Gentle Snow's. He also had the majority support from the various corporations sponsoring Ouroboros. Most importantly, many of the guild's older generation experts were standing on Chao Qinghua's side. Meanwhile, expert players held a very crucial position in a guild. A guild needed the support of expert players. Certain guild affairs couldn't be completed with just 1 or 2 expert players, but many instead. Because of this reason, the guild's grand elders had a much more favorable opinion of Chao Qinghua compared to Gentle Snow. After the private discussions in the room continued for some time, a lithe and beautiful figure walked into the room. "You're finally here." When the tall and robust man seated at the head of the meeting table saw Gentle Snow entering, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes as he said, "You've certainly made us wait." The man had spoken in a loud voice, so everyone in the room heard him. However, nobody present dared stand out to refute him. This was because this tall man was Blackheart Darrow, who was also a vice guild leader of Ouroboros like Gentle Snow. "You." Zhao Yueru, who followed after Gentle Snow, glared at Blackheart Darrow when she heard the other party's words. They were the last to be notified about this sudden meeting. Everyone else had been informed about it half an hour earlier. If not for Xiao Yuer acting quickly, they would have arrived at an even later time. Just as Zhao Yueru was about to say something more, Gentle Snow held out a hand and stopped her friend. Then she gazed in Blackheart Darrow and calmly said, "Sorry for being late." Blackheart Arrow chuckled. Then, in a condescending tone, he said, "Now that's more like it. You are one of the guild's vice guild leaders, and the previous guild leader's younger sister. You might become your elder brother's successor in the future. If you can't lead by example, how will the guild continue operating in the future? Many of the guild elders and branch managers present couldn't help but nod in agreement. When the former guild leader was still around, he had always been a role model for everyone. Because of this, Ouroboros was able to become a publicly acknowledged first-rate guild in the virtual gaming industry. If not for that accident, Ouroboros would have been more prosperous than it was now. All right, hurry up and take a seat, Vice Guild Leader Qingxue. We have something very important to discuss in today's meeting. Chao Qinghua, who sat beside Blackheart Arrow, said as he sent a glance at Gentle Snow. In response, Gentle Snow nodded and sat down on one of the main seats. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueru sat beside her with a frustrated expression on her face. Zhao Yueru couldn't understand why Gentle Snow would allow Blackheart Arrow to question her authority and let everyone in the guild look down on her. However, Zhao Yueru also failed to notice that Blackheart Arrow's smile actually held a hint of anger because his plans to further escalate the matter had failed. Since everyone is here, let's begin today's meeting, Chao Qinghua said, taking charge of the meeting. Then, putting on a faint smile, he continued, I know everyone has many questions regarding the sudden meeting today. First and foremost, I would like to express my apologies for interrupting any prior arrangements you've made. Vice Guild Leader Chao, no need to humble yourself like that. Since the guild has an important affair, it is only natural for us to answer its call immediately, Blackheart Arrow said, chuckling. Then he sent a glance at Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru and flatly stated, We're not like some people who would dismiss the guild's affairs because of some private matters. Upon hearing Blackheart Arrow's words, many of the executives present nodded in agreement. All right then. In that case, I won't waste time with words. I've invited everyone here today for two matters, Chao Qinghua said when he saw that he had received the crowd support. The first matter is a suggestion. I suggest that from this moment onward, we halt all affairs in other games and focus all of our manpower on God's domain. I have information relating to God's domain here. It also records the series of actions taken by the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds. After saying so, Chao Qinghua had his secretary pass a document to everyone present. The document recorded in detail the actions of the virtual gaming industry's various superpowers. As everyone can see, ever since God's Domain's launch, every other virtual reality game has been seeing a rapid decline. Now, the various superpowers have even begun gradually shifting all of their focus to God's domain. Therefore, if Ouroboros wishes to avoid getting eliminated and take a step further, we will also have to shift our strength to God's domain. Otherwise, we won't even have the strength to establish ourselves in God's domain. Chao Qinghua's information was incredibly detailed, and everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. According to the report, God's domain's development was simply astounding. Now, just the number of players playing God's domain had already exceeded the total number of players playing every other virtual reality game. At this growth rate, even a fool could tell that God's domain would reign supreme in the virtual gaming industry in the future. Yes, it seems we have to focus our strength in God's domain. The various superpowers have a significant advantage over us in terms of manpower and foundations. If we don't move quickly, we might not even be able to establish a foothold in the future. When the Grand Elders finished reading the report, all 5 expressed strong support toward Chao Qinghua's suggestion. As for the other people present, none of them voiced any objections either. Some of the branch managers who hadn't started developing in God's domain couldn't help but wish they could enter God's domain and start leveling up immediately. Since there are no objections, Ouroboros will begin tackling God's domain in full force from today onward. I hope everyone can make the necessary preparations as soon as possible, Chao Qinghua said, a happy smile appearing on his face when he saw everyone's unanimous agreement to his suggestion. Now for the second matter. Since Ouroboros is now fully invested in God's domain, we cannot delay the matter of deciding the guild leader any longer. After all, a guild without a guild leader will face many problems when executing important tasks. It will also be impossible to unite the guild's strength. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Indeed, it might be fine during other times, but we are at a juncture that will decide the guild's future, Blackheart Arrow said. If the guild doesn't have a guild leader to preside over the general situation, all talks about succeeding in God's domain is futile. So, I suggest that Vice Guild Leader Chao takes over the guild leader position. After all, Vice Guild Leader Chao has already laid significant foundations for the guild in God's domain. He has even attracted the sponsorship of several corporations recently. I believe Ouroboros will be able to quickly set up shop in God's domain with Vice Guild Leader Chao leading us. At Blackheart Arrow's words, the executives supporting Chao Qinghua promptly raised their hands in agreement. As for the neutral executives and Grand Elders, their eyes briefly glowed when they heard Blackheart Arrow's words. Although Ouroboros currently had ample funding, if the guild could acquire more funds, it would be able to further increase its strength. After all, establishing a foundation in a new game was incredibly important. The more investments a guild made during the early game, the easier of a time it would have when developing in the future. When Chao Qinghua saw that over half of the people present had sided with him, his lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Blackheart Arrow looked toward Gentle Snow and delightedly asked, "May I know what is your opinion on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Qingxue?" Chapter 2924_SS6 Gentle Snow 4 SS6 Gentle Snow 4 As soon as Blackheart Arrow spoke, the branch managers present couldn't help but look at Gentle Snow sympathetically. They also couldn't help but admit that Chao Qinghua had made a decisive move. Not only did Chao Qinghua come to this meeting with ample preparations, but he had even bought the full support of Blackheart Arrow, the guild's third vice guild leader. In addition, half of the guild's executives agreed with Chao Qinghua's suggestion. In such a situation, how could Gentle Snow, who lacked the support of investors, possibly compete against Chao Qinghua? At this time, one of the Grand Elders looked at Gentle Snow and sighed. Then he said, "Qingxue, we know that today's meeting is quite sudden. We also know the contributions you've made to the guild. But for the sake of the guild's future development in God's domain, we need to have a guild leader to oversee the guild's affairs. Also, the matter this time relates to the guild's continued existence. If we can secure the investments of several more corporations, Ouroboros will stand a greater chance in God's domain." As soon as this Grand Elder finished speaking, the other Grand Elders present also nodded in agreement. Before the advent of God's domain, they wouldn't have minded letting Gentle Snow and Chao Qinghua continue fighting over the position of guild leader. However, the guild was currently stuck at a crossroads, and it was of utmost importance that the guild had a guild leader. Meanwhile, the one most suitable for this position would naturally be the person capable of bringing the guild to greater heights. And while it was indeed true that the previous guild leader had said to give his little sister 4 years to prove her eligibility to become Ouroboros' next guild leader, that decision was inappropriate for the guild's current circumstances. After scanning the faces of the Grand Elders, Gentle Snow fully understood that the 5 Grand Elders were greatly tempted by the potential investors Chao Qinghua could bring. So she said, "I understand. It's good that you understand. After all, times have changed already. So long as Ouroboros has a guild leader, we can surely surpass the other first-rate guilds in God's domain," the Grand Elder said, nodding. However, in the next moment, Gentle Snow added, "I had originally prepared over 1,000 basic strength potions and over 300 bronze weapons and equipment for the guild, but now it seems that won't be necessary." Over 1,000 basic strength potions and 300 bronze weapons and equipment. The management personnel responsible for God's domain couldn't help but perk up their ears and look at gentle Snow when they heard her words. To people who had never played God's Domain before, they would most likely think nothing of basic strength potions and bronze weapons and equipment. However, for those who had played God's Domain, they would know that let alone bronze weapons and equipment, even common weapons and equipment were incredibly difficult to acquire at this stage of the game. This was because God's Domain's drop rate for weapons and equipment was absurdly low. The drop rate was so terrible that any common weapon or equipment that got into the market would get sold instantly. As for bronze weapons and equipment, these were items all guilds were eyeing desperately. Meanwhile, an arsenal of 300-plus bronze weapons and equipment would be more than enough to form 5 20-man elite teams, and these teams could start raiding team dungeons right away. As for the basic strength potion, many people present had also heard of this item before. This was because it was an item players could obtain through obtaining treasure chests found near the various towns. When consumed, this potion provided players with a 6-point increase to the strength attribute. Thus, it was the perfect item for exploring high-level areas and raiding challenging dungeons. However, as the basic strength potion's drop rate was abysmally low, every bottle was sold on the market for astronomical prices. A supply of 1,000 basic strength potions would be more than enough to let Ouroboros's vanguard teams sweep through team dungeons several dozen times. If Ouroboros could have Gentle Snow's mentioned supply of basic strength potions and bronze equipment, the guild could surpass the other first-rate guilds by a large margin. This was especially true when it came to raiding team dungeons. At this time, Chao Qinghua and Blackheart Arrow were also in disbelief as they looked at Gentle Snow. It should be known that Gentle Snow didn't have a lot of personnel on her side. With the number she had, it would be fortunate if she could even secure enough equipment for her subordinates. It should have been impossible for her to acquire so many additional basic strength potions and bronze equipment. Over 1,000 basic strength potions and 300 bronze weapons and equipment. Blackheart Arrow sneered as he looked at Gentle Snow. Vice Guild Leader Qingxue, I know you're dissatisfied over this matter, but it's not good to make baseless claims. If you say you have 1,000 basic strength potions and 300 bronze weapons and equipment, I can just as easily say that I have 2,000 basic strength potions and 600 bronze weapons and equipment. I knew you people wouldn't be convinced. Zhao Yueru couldn't help but smile upon hearing Blackheart Arrow's words. Immediately, she pulled out a set of data from her quantum watch and transferred it into the meeting table's computer. As soon as she did so, the table's projector displayed many images relating to God's domain. The images shown were photos of Gentle Snow's private warehouse, and inside her private warehouse lay a large number of common and bronze weapons and equipment. There were also piles of basic strength potions sitting in the warehouse. Well, we've shown our evidence now, so where's yours? You bunch joined God's domain the same time as we did. So what achievements have you made so far? It was only because of their possession of the basic strength potions recipes that their faction's members could effortlessly raid party dungeons and achieve the current results they had. Zhao Yueru refused to believe that Chao Qinghua and company were also capable of securing a limitless supply of basic strength potions. Impossible. Blackheart Arrow was dumbfounded when he saw the displayed images. He and Chao Qinghua had been playing God's domain since the game launched. Yet, even until now, their faction could barely secure enough equipment to gear a 20-man team. Yet, even though Gentle Snow had far fewer players on her side, her faction had acquired enough equipment to gear 10 20-man teams. How could anyone possibly believe this? This is still nothing. We'll even be acquiring a large batch of level 10 mysterious iron plate armor sometime later, Zhao Yueru said, feeling indescribably pleased when she saw the astonished look on everyone's faces. Once we equip the MTs of our 20-man teams with that plate armor, we'll have an even easier time raiding team dungeons. Though, looking at it now, it seems Qingshua's abilities are limited, so we'll leave the guild's preparation for raiding team dungeons to Vice Guild Leader Chao. After all, Vice Guild Leader Chao is very competent. I'm sure he won't have any problems handling such a small matter. As soon as Zhao Yueru finished speaking, Chao Qinghua's complexion turned ashen. Many of the guild elders present also revealed complicated expressions. Chao Qinghua was indeed capable of bringing more investors to the guild, which was something crucial for the guild's development. However, the weapons, equipment, and potions in Gentle Snow's possession were equally important. After all, so long as Ouroboros had these items, the guild could surpass the other first-rate guilds in God's domain. If Ouroboros could secure the first clear of multiple team dungeons, it would be highly beneficial toward raising the guild's reputation. Meanwhile, the benefits the guild could reap from gaining such a reputation would be significantly greater than the benefits money could bring. At this time, one of the elders on Chao Qinghua's side smiled and said, "Yueru, don't say that. We never denied Qingshua's ability. We were just having a discussion on the guild leader's position." "That's right. We were just discussing. See, we haven't decided who'll become the next guild leader yet, right?" The other guild elders and branch managers also started speaking out one after another, making it look like the support they previously showed for Chao Qinghua had never happened. Seeing this, the 5 grand elders couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What was up with these people? Why did they suddenly start fawning over Gentle Snow one after another? No. Qingshua's abilities are too lacking to succeed the position of guild leader, Zhao Yueru said, shaking her head. As for these weapons, equipment, and basic strength potion, we'll keep them for ourselves. Everyone here can look for Vice Guild Leader Chao if you're interested in acquiring some for yourselves. The elders and branch managers responsible for the guild's affairs in God's domain couldn't help but be frustrated at Zhao Yueru's refusal to budge. However, the basic strength potions and bronze weapons and equipment were also too tempting for them to give up. "Grand Elders, I propose we let Vice Guild Leader Qingxue become the guild leader. Vice Guild Leader Qingxue is already so capable despite being so young. The ex-guild leader has also appointed her as the acting guild leader. She couldn't be more suitable for the position," an elder who had succumbed to the temptation of items said in a righteous tone. "That's right. I've long since known that Vice Guild Leader Qingxue wouldn't disappoint us. I, too, recommend we let Vice Guild Leader Qingxue become the next guild leader," an older guild elder said with a gratified expression. When Chao Chenghua and Black Hardero saw that more than half of the guild's executives had switched to Gentle Snow's side, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They were especially confounded by the actions of the several guild elders that had suggested for Gentle Snow to become the next guild leader. These people had been saying that Gentle Snow was unsuitable for the position just a few minutes ago. Yet now they were standing on Gentle Snow's side. Meanwhile, when the several grand elders saw this situation, they couldn't help but suspect that the guild's executives had lost their minds. Since when did these people support Gentle Snow so strongly? Had they been in support of Gentle Snow all this time, there wouldn't have been any point in holding a competition for the guild leader position in the first place. After pondering for a moment, the leading grand elder helplessly shook his head and said, "Since everyone can't make up their minds right now, we'll temporarily set aside the decision to choose a guild leader. However, it still doesn't change the fact that Ouroboros will now be fully invested in God's domain. So head back and make the necessary preparations." After the grand elder finished speaking, the meeting also came to an end. And as soon as the meeting was over, many of the guild executives present ran to Gentle Snow's side, every one of them hoping to receive some support from Gentle Snow. "Consider yourself lucky, but don't think this matter will end like this," Chao Chenghua said, sending Gentle Snow a glare before leaving the meeting room. Meanwhile, after the meeting, Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru returned to their shared bedroom in the guild headquarters. Zhao Yueru also couldn't help but cheer in delight when she recalled Chao Qinghua's unsightly defeat today. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yueru, it's not time for celebrations yet. Gentle Snow said as she looked at the delight on her friend's face. Then she revealed a bitter smile and continued, Chao Qinghua has plenty of financial support, so he will develop rapidly in God's domain. We will have to accelerate our progress if we want to continue beating him. You're right. Zhao Yueru nodded. Go get ready. We'll need to make some achievements in tomorrow's Dark Moon Graveyard raid, Gentle Snow said with a solemn look on her face. Initially, Gentle Snow thought that she still had some buffer time. However, now that Chao Qinghua's faction had secured significant financial support, her faction would need to secure the first clear of a team dungeon at the very least. Otherwise, with the manpower under her command, there was no way she could compete against Chao Qinghua in God's domain. Afterward, Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru logged into God's domain once more. Chapter 2925_SS7 Fire Dance 2 SS7 Fire Dance 2 in a certain forest path located near the Dark Moon Graveyard. Fire Dance frenziedly charged toward the forest center after entering stealth. Meanwhile, Water Buffalo closely followed after her. As they moved closer and closer to the Dark Moon Graveyard, located at the forest center, Water Buffalo grew more and more frightened. Martial Union was but an unrated guild. Logically, the guild shouldn't have too many of its members gathered in a place like Red Leaf Town during the beginning stages of the game. However, the number of Martial Union members they came across only continued to increase as they moved closer to the Dark Moon Graveyard. Initially, they only counted a handful of Martial Union members. After some time, that number had increased to several dozen. Moreover, these players were all relatively geared, with some of them even having up to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. When they arrived at the Dark Moon Graveyard's entrance, the Martial Union members they counted had already exceeded 100. Seeing this, Water Buffalo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He was terrified that Fire Dance would impulsively pick a fight with Martial Union's members. If that happened, they would be all but dead meat. When Water Buffalo was about to walk out of the forest, Fire Dance, clad in dark red leather armor, suddenly appeared before him. Currently, she stood beside a large tree, quietly observing the distant Martial Union members' every action. Big Sis Fire! Water Buffalo anxiously called out to Fire Dance when he saw the eager look on her face. Don't tell me you're planning on taking action. Water Buffalo had a good understanding of Fire Dance, so he knew she was incredibly protective of her companions. Now that Martial Union's members had targeted Little Seven, Fire Dance would definitely try to teach them a lesson. The next moment, Fire Dance turned around and rolled her eyes at Water Buffalo. Then she said, Do you think of me as a fool? Can't you see how many experts they have here? Water Buffalo sighed in relief when he heard Fire Dance's words. Though, it seems that these people from Martial Union are planning on taking action against Ouroboros' members that just came out of the dungeon, Fire Dance said as she looked at the 20-man Team Martial Union's members currently surrounded. Then, narrowing her eyes, she continued, If they start fighting, do you think those 20 players will agree if we offer them our help in exchange for a secret silver equipment from the Dark Moon Graveyard? The 20 players Martial Union's members currently surrounded all possessed blindingly excellent equipment. Every one of them had more than 1 piece of mysterious iron equipment, something that was incredibly rare in Red Leaf Town. A few of them even had secret silver equipment. This group was definitely unique in Red Leaf Town. When Water Buffalo took a look at the team of 20, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he said, I think that's going to be difficult. That beauty standing in the front is Gentle Snow, one of Ouroboros' Vice Guild leaders. That's a bona fide, first-rate Guild's Vice Guild leader we're talking about. If we try to take advantage of their predicament, I'm afraid we'll have trouble mingling in Red Leaf Town in the future. Grow a pair, will you? Fire Dance said as he looked at Water Buffalo in contempt. I'm offering to save them here. Is it too much to ask for just 1 secret silver equipment as compensation? Fire Dance was wholly confident in her own skills. While she couldn't face multiple level 5 experts in a frontal confrontation simultaneously, she could distract and kill at least a dozen of Martial Union's members by herself if she relied on guerrilla warfare. If she included Water Buffalo's assistance, the two of them should have no problems dealing with 20 Martial Union members. Among Martial Union's members, the only person who could be considered a threat would be Iron's Word Lion. If it was a one-on-one fight, Fire Dance had a high chance of beating him. However, if Iron's Word Lion had the help of even one level 5 expert, then she would have no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, during the time Fire Dance was pondering how she could extort a piece of secret silver equipment from Ouroboros, Martial Union's Iron's Word Lion suddenly let loose an angry roar. Immediately afterward, every one of Martial Union's members in the area charged toward Ouroboros' 20-man team. What? They're taking action already. My secret silver equipment. Fire Dance panicked a little when she saw that both guilds had started clashing already. Secret silver equipment was the highest quality equipment players could acquire at this stage of the game. So long as she could get her hands on a piece, it would substantially increase her basic attributes and boost her leveling efficiency by a large margin. However, shortly after the clash between Martial Union and Ouroboros began, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what they saw. Logically, Martial Union, which had an absolute superiority in numbers, should have had the upper hand in this fight. However, in reality, what happened was the exact opposite as Ouroboros' 20-man team cut apart Martial Union's members as if they were chopping vegetables. Zhao Yueru, the woman clad in red robes, especially stood out. Just one of her fireballs could take away half of a shield warrior's HP. And whenever she cast an AoE spell, she would claim the lives of several players. Equally as astonishing was Gentle Snow. Clad in silver armor, she looked like a goddess of war as she brandished her great sword on the battlefield and claimed the head of an enemy player with her every swing. On the occasions she executed Whirlwind Slash, a large group of Martial Union members would fall simultaneously. None of Martial Union's members could put up any resistance against her. After witnessing the performance of Ouroboros' members, Water Buffalo gulped nervously and looked at Fire Dance. Big Sis Fire, you're not really going to try and extort a secret silver equipment from them, right? Although he had long since heard of Gentle Snow, he didn't think she was so powerful as to kill level 5 experts as if she was cutting up vegetables. If they were to try and extort a piece of secret silver equipment from the Snow Goddess, they would probably not live to see the sun tomorrow. What are you talking about? What secret silver equipment? While looking at the dead Martial Union members laying around Gentle Snow, Fire Dance pretended to be calm and said, I only said that their secret silver equipment looked good and that it would be great if I can own a piece as well. You best not cause them to misunderstand. I am a very upright assassin. Water Buffalo. While Gentle Snow and Ouroboros' other members were slaughtering Martial Union's members, a person of average height suddenly charged into Martial Union's rear line. Then, this person started slaughtering Martial Union's healers. In the blink of an eye, every one of Martial Union's dozen or so healers had fallen. Seeing this, Iron's Word Lion let loose an angry bellow and charged at that person with his great sword wielded. However, the next moment, another shocking scene occurred. The mysterious assailant had repulsed Iron's Word Lion's great sword with one of his one-handed swords with just a simple movement. Then this person appeared behind Iron's Word Lion and began brandishing his two swords, instantly sending 8 sword images cutting at Iron's Word Lion. Although Iron's Word Lion had reacted quickly, he only managed to block 6 of the sword images and ended up losing more than half of his HP to the remaining 2 attacks. From just this single exchange, the difference between both sides was as clear as day. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage, Iron's Word Lion promptly turned around and fled after downing a regeneration potion. However, before he could get anywhere, 3 gleaming slashes claimed the rest of his HP. Just like that, in less than 3 seconds, One of Red Leaf Town's top experts had died. Crap. Who is that guy? That's Ironsword Lion we're talking about. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Water Buffalo nearly had his eyes fall out of his sockets when he saw Ironsword Lion dying. Ironsword Lion was one of Marshall Union's executives. His combat power was not much inferior compared to Fire Dance. The fact that the mysterious assailant had managed to kill Ironsword Lion so effortlessly meant that he could also do the same for Fire Dance. However, God's Domain had only launched recently. Therefore, there should hardly be any difference in basic attributes between expert players. Let alone killing someone in 2 moves. An expert would be amazing if they could even kill another expert within a dozen moves. Meanwhile, shock also filled Fire Dance's heart as she watched the mysterious assailant collect the equipment Ironsword Lion dropped. Yi Feng is it? Chapter 2926_SS8 Aqua Rose 2 SS8 Aqua Rose 2 Blackwing City Business District. God's Domain had only launched recently, so the teleportation array for NPC cities hadn't even been activated yet. When Aqua Rose arrived in Blackwing City, she was deeply astounded by the city's majesty and prosperity. Not only did tall buildings cover the city, but the number of NPCs roaming the streets also far exceeded that of any town Aqua Rose had visited before. Moreover, these NPCs were even capable of conversing with each other and expressing emotions. If it weren't for the NPC symbol hovering above their heads, she would have mistakenly assumed that this place was a real world instead of a virtual world. Blackwing City's business district dazzled Aqua Rose especially. Unlike in the various NPC towns, players were prohibited from setting up street stalls in Blackwing City. If one wished to sell their items, one would have to do so through the auction house or own a shop. The scale of trade between Blackwing City and NPC towns was utterly different. I really have to thank Ice this time. As Aqua Rose observed the shops around her, she started mentally strategizing the actions she needed to take once she reached level 10 and gained access to NPC cities. If other NPC cities followed Blackwing City's business model, shops would undoubtedly become the target of contention for guilds in the future. The shops located in the various cities' main streets would be especially invaluable. If she could take proper advantage of the knowledge she just gained, it would definitely allow her to surpass her rivals once players started making their way into NPC cities. While collecting all sorts of information on NPC cities, Aqua Rose also inspected the various items Blackwing City had to offer, and she couldn't help but be shocked by what she saw. Unlike NPC towns, the variety and quality of items Blackwing City sold were many times superior. There was even a magic shop that sold magic scrolls unavailable in NPC towns. However, what shocked Aqua Rose even more was the actions of a cloaked man. Aqua Rose had encountered this cloaked man in the Blackwing auction house, and he had spent over 50 gold on a measly skill book. The degree of his wealth was so astonishing that even Aqua Rose, the honorary elder of a first-rate guild, couldn't help but be in awe. Moreover, after further observation, Aqua Rose found that this man was an independent player. He wasn't affiliated with any guild. It should be known that she carried only 15 gold coins on her person, and this was the result of after taking additional funds from the branch guild she oversaw. Had she not done so, she wouldn't even have 3 gold coins right now. Meanwhile, after further investigating this cloaked man, Aqua Rose couldn't help but be given a fright. Starmoon Kingdom's chief forger, Black Flame. Not only was this man the pioneer of a piece of bronze equipment's design, but he was even the manufacturer of the secret silver weapon, Silver Dawn. Aqua Rose always believed that it was to her benefit to befriend capable people. This was especially true if the other party was a master capable of producing secret silver rank items. In the Storm Empire, talents of such caliber probably did not exceed a handful. So, Aqua Rose gritted her teeth and decided to treat this master to a meal, which ended up costing her more than 30 silver coins. Although she found this price to be heart-wrenching, She had no choice but to pretend like it didn't faze her. Fortunately, Aqua Rose's self-proclaimed superb acting skills did not fail her, and she successfully avoided making a fool of herself in front of Black Flame. On the contrary, the other party appeared very interested in her. She even succeeded in acquiring a business deal that even the first-rate guild bloodthirsty war god had failed to acquire. As icing on the cake, this was a deal that was highly beneficial to her, as she only needed to pay 10 gold coins to acquire 500 glimmer chestplate designs. Although Aqua Rose also had to pay 88 million credits on the spot and an additional 65 gold coins within the following month. She still deemed this transaction to be the most successful business deal she had ever made in her life. Hee, let's see what my old man has to say now. After sending off Black Flame, Aqua Rose couldn't help but laugh in glee as she looked at the glimmer chestplate designs in her bag. The glimmer chestplate's production was simple and cheap. In the current era where bronze equipment was still relatively rare, the glimmer chestplate design was definitely an object of contention for the various powers. If she were to sell these designs in the Storm Empire's various towns, she was confident she could earn several thousand gold coins without trouble. This was a sum of money that even super guilds had trouble acquiring. Needless to say, Twilight Echo could benefit substantially from having such a large sum of money. Bidey City, Restaurant Brilliance. Aqua Rose stepped out of a maglev car parked in front of the restaurant. Clad in a white dress, she looked like a fairy as she walked toward the restaurant entrance. The moment she stepped into the restaurant, the bustling establishment instantly fell silent. Whether it was the young men and women here to attend their class reunion or the restaurant's other guests, everyone found themselves inadvertently turning to stare at Aqua Rose. They were all deeply attracted by Aqua Rose's appearance and temperament. After entering the restaurant, Aqua Rose approached a woman standing by the door. Unlike Aqua Rose, though, this other woman wore a light blue t-shirt and shorts. She also covered most of her face with a jet black baseball cap. Upon reaching this other woman, Aqua Rose extended her arms and embraced her from behind without hesitation, giving the other party a scare. Xiang, did you get fatter? Aqua Rose asked as she pinched the other woman's willowy waist, her voice filled with serious concern. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the restaurant couldn't help but salivate. This was because everyone just realized that the woman in the light blue t-shirt was actually a beauty comparable to Aqua Rose. The only reason they failed to notice her beauty before was because of the baseball cap she wore. However, after Aqua Rose bumped into the woman and knocked off her cap, her beauty also became exposed for all to see. Meanwhile, after receiving a fierce glare from Shuang Wugui, also known as Unyielding Ice, Aqua Rose awkwardly released her hands and dared not fool around anymore. After seeing the anger in her friend's eyes, she knew that should she go any further, she would end up becoming a panda, just like she did in the past. After all, her friend was not one to show mercy to even beautiful women. Meanwhile, Unyielding Ice started scrutinizing Aqua Rose. When she failed to find any of the distress she had previously seen on her friend's face, she said in surprise, "It seems that glimmer chestplate design you mentioned through the phone has earned you a lot of money. Your complexion looks much better than before." "Yeah, even I didn't expect the design to be so popular. I've already made 3,000 gold coins thus far. You can call me Miss Tycoon from now on," Aqua Rose gleefully said. "Neither the guild leader nor those elders know how much money I have right now. Once I reach level 10, I'll be able to swipe the lands and shops of NPC cities and make an even bigger killing." "How carefree you are, Miss Tycoon," Unyielding Ice said, rolling her eyes. Then she lowered her voice and continued, "I just received some information stating that many of your guild's grand elders are voicing their opinions on how much credits and guild resources you've spent." "They're just jealous," Aqua Rose said nonchalantly. "Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU also, now that you're doing so well, I'm guessing that brilliant war god won't be able to sit still for much longer. Eventually, he might even make use of his family's strength to harass you, Unyielding Ice said. While doing so, she also sent a glance at a robust young man who was sneaking glances at Aqua Rose. This youth was none other than brilliant war god. If he decides to take action, he'll probably strike at your relationship with Black Flame. After all, Black Flame is an independent player without any backing. He indeed will take action, Aqua Rose said, nodding. However, she quickly smiled and added, but if he tries to go against that person, he'll probably be humiliating himself. Unyielding Ice couldn't help but be a little surprised by Aqua Rose's words. She didn't think that her friend would be so confident in the person known as Black Flame. This aroused her interest in Black Flame, and she couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he was. However, it didn't take long for Unyielding Ice to know more about Black Flame. On the second day after the class reunion ended, she received shocking news from her informant in Twilight Echo. Brilliant War God had fallen from level 9 to level 0. Chapter 29-27 Waking Up After 10 Years. Chapter 1 Waking up after 10 years, Jean High City, Business District. Many high-rise buildings and all kinds of luxury goods shops occupied both sides of the street. Young men and women dressed in fashionable clothing also walked the street in groups of 2s and 3s. Occasionally, one could also see luxurious, levitating supercars roaring through the street, earning the envious and yearnful gazes of many young men and women. Despite today being a rest day, people crowded the business district's central plaza. At this time, dozens of handsome men and women could be seen holding various street performances by one of the central plaza's fountains. These performers either danced or sang. Paired with the use of vivid holographic images, they managed to attract a lot of spectators. Among them, the most popular performer was a female singer singing God's Domain's theme song. The singer also paired her performance with a holographic promotional video for God's Domain's latest expansion pack, War of Worlds. The video depicted the world passage activating and the soldiers of two worlds clashing frenziedly on the battlefield. Tens of millions of people fought on the battlefield, and all sorts of flying ships and war weapons could be seen deployed to battle. Everyone was fighting desperately for the survival of their respective worlds. The spectacular scene caused the spectators' blood to boil in excitement. Meanwhile, along with the ending of the song, the advertising screen hovering above the central plaza also began broadcasting today's news. Greetings, everyone. This is the God's Domain Morning News. Greetings, everyone. This is the God's Domain Morning News. Our first news of the day comes from our city's Shadow Guild. Shadow has already announced that it will be merging into the Super Guild World Domination effectively today, becoming World Domination's 73rd affiliated guild. Along with this merger, Shadow will also welcome Guirin as its new guild leader. Guirin is one of World Domination's rising stars, and he expresses that Shadow will make far better progress than it has before under his command. In addition, Guirin states that Shadow will, under World Domination support, establish a new city in the Flame Woodland located outside the World Train, and he welcomes everyone with ambition to apply for the guild. He also promises to bring Shadow into the ranks of first-rate guilds as soon as possible. Next, a quick news from our city. Dazzle Wave Workshop, one of the top 3 workshops in Fenglan City, will be signing a contract with Wu Xiaoxiao, the champion of our city's talented rookie tournament, on August 26, 2139. The head of Dazzle Wave has stated that he would use the best resources available to nurture Wu Xiaoxiao. Not only will Wu Xiaoxiao receive a guaranteed annual salary of 100 million credits, but she will also receive the best legacies Dazzle Wave has to offer. Last but not least, she will also receive a fully customized epic set equipment to aid her in reaching Tier 5 as soon as possible. When the people in the plaza heard the news report on Wu Xiaoxiao, many of them revealed looks of envy. In the current age, If one were to ask which profession would earn one a fortune the quickest, 9,999 out of 10,000 people would answer, being a professional player in God's domain. As those who answered otherwise, they needed to get their heads checked. Meanwhile, Shifeng also stood among the crowd of people in the plaza. Currently, he wore a casual, light blue t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants. His hair was in a mess, and his face looked slightly pale. At first glance, he looked like someone who frequently worked overtime. As Shifeng stared at the news bulletin hovering above the plaza, a bitter smile formed on his face as he muttered, "Fate really knows how to mess with people." Shifeng was at a loss for words as he stared at the time displayed on the news bulletin. Although this was a time period similar to the one he remembered, the news report he heard caused his heart to grow restless. Previously, he had returned 10 years into the past, created his own guild, and developed it into the #1 guild in God's domain. He had even gotten promoted into a Tier 6 sword god, an achievement he had only dreamed of accomplishing before he went back in time. Afterward, to protect his own world, he had even set foot into a new world and continued his fight there. 10 years. 10 whole years. He had relived 10 whole years. Yet, as if playing a joke on him, fate had suddenly returned him to his original world, the world he resided in before he got reincarnated. Everything in this world was just like before he had reincarnated. After wasting 10 years of his life struggling for shadow, not only did he get removed from the guild, but he even had his account deleted. Now he was nothing but an unemployed 32-year-old uncle. The only fortunate thing was that he wasn't completely broke. At the very least, he had a villa situated in a high-class residential district and 5 million credits in the bank, so he shouldn't have any trouble getting by for the short term. When Shifeng first returned to this world, he had trouble telling which world was real and which world was a dream. If he were to say that his current world was the real one, it didn't make sense for him to remember everything about the previous world so vividly. Even now, he could recall the many events, both big and small, that had taken place in the previous world. Moreover, after he returned, although his 32-year-old body was still as terrible as he remembered it to be, his mental state was surprisingly excellent. The level of control he could exert over his physical body far exceeded that of the average neutralizing grandmaster. In fact, he was already nearing the mental strength master standard. If he were to say that his current world was a dream, then it didn't make sense why he couldn't wake up from this dream. Not to mention, the hidden injuries he had sustained during his early years of training still remained on his body. The only thing that confused Shifeng was the sword scar left over his heart. From what he could recall, he had never sustained an injury at that location, let alone getting cut by a sword there. This would definitely be a fatal injury. Moreover, in the real world, even if fights occurred, people would fight using their fists and legs. They wouldn't use weapons at all. Most importantly, whenever Shifeng tried to remember how he got this scar, he would get a massive headache that made him feel as if his brain was about to explode. Because of this, he had no choice but to abandon thinking of this matter. The reason why my brain can't withstand that segment of my memories is probably because my mental strength is too weak. So long as I raise my mental strength, I should be able to recall that memory, Shifeng deduced based on his past experiences. There were times when he would also experience headaches when trying to learn complex legacies in God's domain. However, once he raised his concentration standard to a sufficiently high level, he no longer experiences those headaches. Although Shifeng couldn't tell whether this world was real or fake right now, he felt that the scar over his heart should be of significant importance. It might even be related to his return to this world. It seems I'll have to find opportunities to improve my mental strength. Shifeng began carefully planning his future actions. The loss of his memories made Shifeng feel extremely uncomfortable. If he didn't properly look into it, he wouldn't even be able to sleep well. While Shifeng was seated on a stone bench in the plaza and pondering how he should go about improving his mental strength, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and leather collar ran up to him in a hurry. Meanwhile, this middle-aged, tan-skinned man was none other than Blackie, the person who had fought alongside Sherfong in God's domain for many years. However, compared to the Blackie in the previous world, the Blackie in front of Sherfong had been stuck working in shadows management for the past 10 years. Hence, he had already gained a rotund belly and a chubby face. If the Blackie in the other world found out about this, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Brother Fong, I finally found you. What have you been up to recently? Blackie asked as he looked at Sherfong with a reproachful gaze. You never answered any of my calls, and you weren't home when I went to look for you. For a moment, I even thought you wanted to take the short way out. You really worried me. Lon Hailong might be garbage, but there's no need for you to despair, Brother Fong. Don't forget that your skills still remain. Even if you've lost your account, you can easily retrain one with your skills. There's no need to do any stupid things. Looking at Blackie's anxious expression, Sherfong faintly smiled and said, Relax, I'm fine. How about you? Is everything all right on your side? The newly designated guild leader will probably try to replace old employees like you. Now that you're out here during work hours, he'll have even more reason to fire you. I'm just a small-time manager in the guild. There's no way that genius from world domination will bother with me, Blackie said, clicking his tongue. Then he nonchalantly continued, What do you plan on doing next, Brother Fong? You don't have a character in God's domain anymore, so you can't make use of your skills. How about I have some of the guild's experts power level you? It won't take more than a month for you to reach level 100, Tier 3. Afterward, you can find an opportunity to take revenge on Lon Hailong. God's domain had already been in operation for 10 years now. So long as a player had someone to power level them, and the player themselves had sufficient skills, reaching Tier 3 within a short period was a piece of cake. In fact, many workshops in God's domain were providing such power leveling services. After all, there were many players in God's domain who had failed to complete an epic quest and had their accounts crippled. So, getting Sherfong to a high level wasn't a problem at all. The only problem would be getting him weapons and equipment that rivaled the ones he previously used. No need for all that trouble, Sherfong said, shaking his head. The most recent expansion pack is starting soon. I heard that once it takes effect, players who used to own a level 150, Tier 3 character or above can take the system's trial and get directly promoted to level 100, Tier 3. I'll just take that route instead. I guess you're right. Blackie nodded in agreement after recalling this matter. This is a much faster way of leveling up. When that time comes, I'll have someone prepare you a set of level 100 epic equipment. No need to hurry for that, Sherfong said. Didn't you tell me before that Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy is recruiting instructors before? Now that God's domain had already become a part of everyone's lives, most universities in the world would provide specialized education on God's domain to students. These education programs were funded by the various corporations, and they were meant to nurture students into elite and expert players. These students would then become the new blood that supported these various corporations. Meanwhile, Jinhai City's Jinhai University was one such university. Jinhai University had even received funding from an international corporation this year, hence it expanded its God's Domain education program. And because of this expansion, the university was now offering high salaries to recruit God's Domain's experts to serve as instructors or trainers. To Sherfong, this was definitely an opportunity he could capitalize on. The resources international corporations had access to far surpassed the likes of ordinary guilds. They even had access to resources that couldn't be acquired by the general public. Although Sherfong currently had 5 million credits in the bank, without the necessary connections, he wouldn't be able to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids to improve his physical fitness and recover his vitality. However, if he became an instructor at Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy, he might gain a connection to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. If he could mend the hidden injuries in his body and improve his physical fitness, he would have an easier time improving his mental strength standard. Otherwise, with his current body standard, he wouldn't be able to improve his mental strength even if he trained for another 20 years. That's correct. The Academy has even sent people over hoping that some of our frontline experts can work part-time there. But the Guild's frontline experts are too busy. They barely have enough time nurturing the Guild's newcomers, let alone other people, Blackie said, nodding. Then he curiously asked, Brother Fong, do you plan on going there? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, MHM. I'm thinking of paying it a visit, Shifeng said, not bothering to hide his intentions. After all, he currently had nothing noteworthy in his possession. Blackie sighed in relief upon hearing Shifeng's words. Then he said, All right, I'll get things straightened out for you then. When the time comes, all you need to do is report directly at the Academy. 2 days later, on the 24th of August, 2139, Shifeng, in his tracksuit, arrived back at his starting point 10 years later. Chapter 2928, Starting Over Again. Chapter 2, Starting Over Again. When Shifeng entered the school grounds of Jinhai University, he found that the place looked the same as 10 years ago. He could feel the air of youthfulness all around and hear the insects reverberating under the scorching sun. Although the new semester had yet to start, many students could already be seen doing either self-studies in the library or participating in club activities. The small plaza by the university's entrance was especially crowded due to the registration booths set up there. Many university applicants, accompanied by their parents, could be seen lining up in front of these booths. Meanwhile, among the many registration booths, the one for the God's Domain Academy was, without a doubt, the most popular. There were easily over 100 applicants waiting for their turn in front of the booth. None of the other registration booths could come close to competing with this number. While Jinhai City might be an inconspicuous third-tier city, Jinhai University was one of the more well-known universities throughout the country, as its God's Domain Academy had produced many talents. In the current era where God's Domain had become a part of human life, Jinhai University's performance would naturally attract the attention of many. Not to mention, Shadow, one of Jinhai City's top 4 workshops, also originated from Jinhai University. This contributed even more to the university's fame. Moreover, for those who successfully get accepted into the God's Domain Academy, not only would they receive the guidance and nurturing rivaling what large guilds provided, but they would also get to enjoy the freedom of independent players. After graduation, students of the Academy were also almost guaranteed to become internal members of large guilds, receiving priority nurturing and a salary far surpassing white-collared workers. And if one was fortunate enough to pass the God's Domain Professional League selection during their school years, one could also become a professional fighter, an entity akin to a celebrity. Meanwhile, professional fighters were existences that even super guilds sought to recruit. This was also one of the primary sources God's Domain's various superpowers recruited their internal members from. After all, even the various superpowers were limited in their ability to recruit talented people. It was inevitable for the various superpowers to let some talents slip out of their radar. Hence, the God's Domain Professional League was an excellent way to catch these talents. After Shifeng strolled around the familiar yet foreign school compound, he made his way to the Academic Affairs Office to register himself. And because of Blackie's strong recommendation, Shifeng got to bypass the many troublesome reviews and got directly hired as a junior instructor of the God's Domain Academy. Instructor Shir, our God's Domain Academy imposes much less restriction compared to that of rival academies, especially when it comes to our instructors. We do not look at a person's academic qualifications or history. We only look at their current abilities. Lin Yaiyue, the God's Domain Academy's director and a beautiful woman in her mid-20s, explained to Shifeng, "You might be Shadow's ex-guild leader, but we cannot provide you with any special treatment. You will be treated like any other junior instructor. You won't need to hold lectures every day. You only need to hold 2 lectures a week. When you plan to hold a lecture, You need to notify one of the counselors 1 day in advance. Then the counselor will make the necessary arrangements for you. As to whether the students are willing to attend your lectures, that will depend on your personal charm. If it were the past God's Domain Academy, someone of Shifeng's stature would have been given the VIP treatment. However, that was no longer the case now. Now that Jinhai University's God's Domain Academy had received investments from major corporations, even current guild leaders of second-rate guilds were of little significance to the academy. After all, many guild executives of large guilds were now frantically trying to apply for a position in the academy in the hopes of forming a connection with the academy's investors. If Shifeng weren't Shadow's ex-guild leader, he would have had to go through a series of rigorous tests before he could become an instructor in the God's Domain Academy. Not to mention, even after struggling in God's Domain for 10 years, Shifeng had failed to even reach Tier 4. Only those who had reached Tier 4 could be considered an expert in God's Domain's upper echelons in the current God's Domain. As for Tier 3 experts, they could be found everywhere in God's Domain. At most, these existences could strut around in small kingdoms. In regards to the benefits offered to junior instructors, you will receive a monthly salary of 20,000 credits and free access to the Academy's basic training facilities. While the Academy also has state-of-the-art training facilities and resources, you will have to exchange for those using Academy points. An example of one of the available resources would be the popular S-rank nutrient fluid. Each bottle will cost 1 million points. There are 2 main ways for you to acquire Academy points. The first way is to hold lectures. A junior instructor will receive 10 points for each participating student per lecture, whereas intermediate instructors will receive 20 points and senior instructors will receive 50 points. The second way is to take in students as apprentices and train them. This is also the quickest method to acquire Academy points. If you can get a willing student to become your apprentice and guide them, every level your apprentice manages to progress in the trial tower will award you with a large amount of Academy points. If your apprentice reaches the expert standard, which is the early stage of the tower's 5th floor, you will be awarded 20,000 points. If your apprentice reaches the 6th floor's early stage, then you will receive 100,000 points. Simultaneously, apprentices also play a role in an instructor's promotion. Only instructors who have successfully guided 3 apprentices to the 6th floor's early stage can become intermediate instructors. Meanwhile, only intermediate instructors and above qualify to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids. Junior instructors don't have the qualification to do so. Shifeng was a little surprised when he heard Lin Yaoyue's explanation. He didn't think that the current Jinhai University had become so wealthy and generous. An intermediate instructor, is it? Initially, Shifeng thought he would have to become a senior instructor at the academy before being qualified to exchange for S-rank nutrient fluids. After all, that was a resource that even master-level fighters had difficulty getting their hands on. In the current market, where supply couldn't meet demand, one couldn't get an S-rank nutrient fluid even for the price of 1 million credits per bottle. By the time Lin Yaoyue was done explaining the God's Domain Academy to Shifeng, the 2 of them had also arrived at the Academy's testing area for new students. The God's Domain Academy functioned as a place to nurture talents for God's Domain's various powers, so it was only natural for the Academy to take the path of the elite in its education method. Rather than treating its students equally, it would allocate resources to its students depending on their talent and capabilities. After all, the Academy had limited resources. Hence, after students registered for the God's Domain Academy, they would have to undergo a test. To put it simply, new students would have to challenge the classical trial tower of God's Domain. This was also the best method to test a person's combat standards. Instructor Luo Tiancheng, this is our new teacher, Instructor Shifeng, Lin Yaoyue said, introducing Shifeng to a bald and robust middle-aged man standing in the testing area. I still have other matters to attend to, so I hope you can introduce Instructor Shifeng to the matters here. No problem, Luo Tianqing said. Then, glancing at Shifeng, he smiled and continued. Instructor Shifeng and I are old buddies. Leave it to me. Hearing this, Shifeng also glanced at Luo Tianqing, faintly recalling that he was acquainted with such a person in this life. From what Shifeng could remember, Luo Tianqing was one of Shadow's frontline experts, and he was someone nearly touching upon the half-step refinement realm standard. He was also one of Lan Hailong's trusted aides. Shifeng never thought that the man would come here to become an instructor. Since you're acquaintances, then I'll leave it to you, Lin Yaiwa said, nodding before leaving the testing area immediately. She had no interest whatsoever in the affairs of junior instructors. What she cared more about was the improvement of her own strength. Meanwhile, after Lin Yaiwa left, Luo Tianqing put on a big grin as he shifted his sights toward Shifeng. Then, in a sarcastic tone, Luo Tianqing said, Instructor Shifeng. No, I mean Guild Leader Shifeng. I really didn't expect we would meet at this place. I'm even a little surprised to see that our guild's sword magician would fall to the extent of becoming a measly junior instructor at this place. Director Lan will probably cry if he finds out about this. Shifeng did not get angry at Luo Tianqing's comment. Instead, he calmly said, It's okay. This God's Domain Academy is much better than I thought. Also, aren't you here as well? After having reincarnated twice, Shifeng no longer felt anything toward the rise and fall of his life. At most, he would just have to start from scratch. Although the starting conditions for a new independent player in the current God's Domain were different from when God's Domain first launched, Shifeng had a much better start than other independent players. After all, he got to enjoy the benefits the God's Domain Academy offered. The resources he had access to were much better than most newcomers in the current God's Domain. Don't think of celebrating just yet. Sneering, Luo Tianqing said, This academy isn't as easy of a place to survive in as you think. Director Lin probably didn't tell you this, but every junior instructor will need to recruit 20 apprentices when the new students officially enroll in the academy. And if you fail to do so before the new semester begins, you'll have to get lost. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, there were currently less than 3 days before the new semester officially began. Most importantly, today was the last day for new students to register and get themselves tested. Hence, after today, the difficulty of recruiting apprentices would increase exponentially. Not to mention, all new students would immediately seek apprenticeship from an instructor as soon as they completed their test. After all, the instructor they chose to apprentice underplayed a vital role in their subsequent education and development in God's Domain. Otherwise, they would have to rely on attending theoretical classes while playing solo in God's Domain. Moreover, because of the God's Domain Academy receiving investments from major corporations, the academy had also gained many junior instructors. There simply weren't enough students to share between all of these instructors. Meanwhile, Shifeng was nothing but a fired guild leader. He had no connections or resources to speak of in God's Domain. He didn't even have his account anymore. And even if he did, he had also only reached Tier 3 during his peak. With practically nothing to his name, how could he possibly compete against the various large guilds' executives in gaining apprentices? Chapter 2929, Changing Environment. Chapter 3, Changing Environment. Shifeng frowned a little when he heard Luo Tianqing's words. Lin Yaiwa had left in quite a haste just now, and she had indeed forgotten to mention this important detail to him. Or, to put it in another way, she found it awkward to bring up this condition to Shifeng. Hence she left it to Luo Tianqing, one of Shifeng's old buddies. The main reason why many students were willing to apply to the God's Domain Academy instead of taking the application tests of large guilds and becoming their internal members was because of the academy's instructors. The God's Domain Academy wasn't paying a high price to hire expert players as instructors solely to teach the academy students. Instead, the academy also depended on these expert players to support its students. After all, newcomers to God's domain would have nothing to their name. They also had nobody to rely on for help. Meanwhile, the Academy's instructors were players who had mingled in God's domain for many years. They were bound to have amassed a wealth of resources in the game, which would help make up for the God's Domain Academy's lack of resources in the game. With the support of expert players, newcomers to God's domain could not only integrate with the game world quickly, but they also wouldn't have to worry about leveling up or upgrading their equipment. Moreover, in the 6th year of God's domain's operation, the game had introduced the apprentice system. This system was also the basis for God's domain to influence universities. Through the apprentice system, expert players could temporarily lower their levels to match that of the players they were helping. The system would even automatically adjust the level and statistics of players' weapons and equipment. This allowed expert players fighting at the front lines to guide new players without having to create a new account. They could also raid dungeons together with new players. Initially, Shifeng had planned to casually teach some techniques in the God's Domain Academy and nothing more. After all, he was someone who had become a Tier 6 god in his other life. The combat standard he could currently exert far exceeded the imagination of measly Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts. Let alone guiding new players, he could serve as an instructor for even Tier 4 players. Unfortunately, his current self had absolutely nothing in God's domain. Compared to the various large guilds' upper echelons, he would have a much more difficult time persuading new students to come under his wing. This would also explain why Lin Yaoiwa had left so hastily. She must have found it awkward to bring up such a matter. As for though we do not look at a person's academic qualifications or history, we only look at their current abilities, claimed Lin Yaoiwa made. It was nothing but drivel. Guild leader, sure, you don't look too well, Luo Tiancheng said, laughing when he saw Shifeng frowning. How about I share a few students with you? At least you won't look too bad when you have to leave the academy. Unlike Shifeng, Luo Tiancheng was still a member of Shadow. Meanwhile, through relying on Shadow's fame, he had recruited over 40 apprentices. In terms of apprentice count, he was among the top 10 of junior instructors. Luo Tiancheng had always looked down upon Shifeng. This was because his technique standards were superior to Shifeng, in his opinion. Luo Tiancheng was also confident he was not the slightest bit inferior to Shifeng when it came to talent. The only advantage Shifeng had was his early start in God's domain. Yet, just because of this early start, he got to become Shadow's guild leader. Meanwhile, the current situation was the best way for Luo Tiancheng to prove that he was superior and that Shifeng was nothing without Shadow support. It's just a few students. No need to trouble yourself over it, Instructor Luo, Shifeng calmly said as he looked at Luo Tiancheng. No matter what, I am still Shadow's ex-guild leader. I used to instruct experts like you, so I can at least manage this much. After saying so, Shifeng made his way to the testing area. He paid no heed to the grim expression Luo Tiancheng made. Laugh all you want now. You are nothing without Shadow's support. Luo Tiancheng thought as he viciously glared at Shifeng's departing figure. Let's see how I'll laugh at you the day you get kicked out of this place. Meanwhile, over a dozen junior instructors were currently crowded outside the testing hall. These people were either Shadow's executives or frontline experts of third-rate guilds. When these junior instructors saw a new student exiting the testing hall, they promptly swarmed the student. Fellow student, I can see that you're very talented. You managed to reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor. You are an extraordinary talent. I am an elder of the Blood Spirit Guild. So long as you become my apprentice, I can guarantee you will get to use dark gold equipment up to level 150. Bah, Blood Spirit is nothing but a third-rate guild. Young man, you should join our Wolf Whisper Guild. Wolf Whisper is a second-rate guild. We are many times stronger than a measly third-rate guild. Let alone dark gold equipment, I can get you even epic equipment up to level 150. If you can reach the 6th floor's early stage, I'll even get a level 150 epic weapon for you." In no time at all, over a dozen middle-aged uncles surrounded the young man, looking to be around the age of 17 or 18. Every one of them fervently voiced their offers to recruit the boy. Shi Feng also took a look at the troubled teenager in sportswear. Reaching the late stage of the trial tower's 4th floor at the boy's age without any prior guidance showed that the boy had good talent. According to the God's Domain Academy's talent ranking system of A, B, C, and D, the boy would be given a ranking of B. He wasn't that far off from reaching the middle stage of the trial tower's 5th floor, which was also the standard of ordinary experts in God's domain. If a first-rate guild provided enough training and resources for the boy, he could become a refinement realm expert in the future. After all, a player's physical and technique development would be at their fastest before the age of 25. After one crossed this age, the speed of their improvement would rapidly fall off. Meanwhile, so long as the boy could become a refinement realm expert, he could become a mainstay of a first-rate guild. If he received sufficient resources, it was highly possible he could become a Tier 4 player in the future. So, it was no wonder why so many junior instructors were fighting for the boy. However, Shi Feng did not bother joining in on the fun. Instead, he made his way straight to the testing hall's entrance. Then he sat down on one of the prepared seats, held up his quantum watch, and projected a holographic white sheet in front of him. Afterward, Shi Feng wrote a few words on the white sheet, the words he wrote shocking many of the waiting students in the hall. Even the junior instructors outside the testing hall were dumbfounded when they saw Shi Feng's words. On-the-spot guidance. I will help you improve your trial tower performance by 1 stage. Each guidance costs 100,000 credits. I will only teach each person once. First come, first served. Did that instructor go crazy for money? 100,000 credits? I can live 4 years without working with that money. But it's not a bad deal if he can help improve my result by 1 stage. The test results affect the leveling resources the Academy gives us, after all. If I can reach the trial tower's late stage, I'll get a B rank evaluation. Many of the new students present were slightly tempted by Shi Feng's advertisement. This was especially true for students who had reached the 4th floor's middle stage. After all, this was the dividing line between B rank and C rank students. Meanwhile, not only would B rank students get a 30% discount for using the Academy's resources, but they would also receive 12 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid each year. In the outside world, a bottle of A rank nutrient fluid was sold for 10,000 credits. It was not something ordinary people could afford to drink. Even middle-income families could only afford to feed their children B and C rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits and 400 credits, respectively. Meanwhile, 12 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid was equivalent to 120,000 credits. Not to mention, there was also a 30% discount for school resources. This meant that B rank students could purchase A rank nutrient fluids for only 7,000 credits per bottle. If Shi Feng's claim was true, then this was a worthwhile transaction. In no time, a lovely girl with her hair tied into pigtails approached Shi Feng with curious eyes. Then she asked, "Instructor, is what you say true?" Meanwhile, along with this female student's appearance, many other students and instructors turned to look in Shi Feng's direction. This was because this female student was Wu Lingling, one of the most talented students among this class of freshmen. She was also the younger sister of Wu Xiaoxiao, the God's Domain Academy's strongest talent. Even though Wu Lingling was only 16 this year, the God's Domain Academy had gone out of its way to send her a direct invitation. Currently, she had already reached the early stage of the trial tower's 5th floor, and her performance was not much inferior to Wu Xiaoxiao's past performance. However, before Shi Feng could speak up, Luo Tiancheng, who had enough of Shi Feng's arrogance, suddenly walked over and said, "Miss Wu Lingling, don't fall for this person's trickery." He is nothing but a junior instructor who had come to work here for the first day. He was also only a Tier 3 player at his peak. His claim of improving your performance by one stage in one teaching session is something not even Tier 4 experts dare make. You should know yourself how difficult it is to improve your result in the trial tower. That is something that requires continuous effort over a long period. He will be getting kicked out of the academy soon because he doesn't have enough apprentices under him. He's just trying to make a quick buck off of you before leaving. Upon hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, many of the new students present nodded in agreement. They had to train hard every day and study the battle videos of experts to reach their current standard. Meanwhile, a person's combat standard became increasingly harder to improve the further they progressed. It wasn't something that could be accomplished within a day. Not to mention, Shifeng was nothing but a Tier 3 player. How could he possibly accomplish something that not even Tier 4 players could? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU in the blink of an eye, the students initially interested in Shifeng's offer gave up on their thoughts. Seeing this, Luo Tiancheng looked toward Shifeng and revealed a delighted smile. However, just as Wu Lingling was about to give up and leave, Shifeng calmly smiled and said, "Right, I forgot to write a sentence here. If you don't make any improvements, I won't charge you anything." Chapter 2930, Tired of Living? Chapter 4, Tired of Living? Shifeng did not speak loudly, and the expression on his face remained calm. However, as if his voice carried some kind of magic power, the many students in the testing hall found themselves inadvertently turning their heads toward Shifeng. Even Wu Lingling, who was about to turn around and leave, halted her footsteps, her eyes full of surprise. "You won't charge anything? Instructor, are you telling the truth?" For Wu Lingling, 100,000 credits wasn't a significant amount of money. This was because her elder sister Wu Xiaoxiao earned a lot of money through God's domain, and the occasional pocket money she received from her elder sister amounted to tens of thousands. And through saving this money, Wu Lingling had already accumulated over 1 million credits by now. Previously, Wu Lingling had only thought about leaving because she thought Shifeng was a scammer. However, Shifeng had declared that he wouldn't take any fees if she didn't make any improvements. If Shifeng was someone without abilities, he definitely wouldn't dare make such a claim. Not to mention, Shifeng was indeed an instructor of the God's Domain Academy. At this time, even Luo Tiancheng was surprised by Shifeng's claim. He never thought that Shifeng would take such decisive action. However, Luo Tiancheng knew better than anyone of Shifeng's combat standards. Shifeng was someone who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. This meant that he couldn't even exert subtle control over his physical body. So, what qualifications did Shifeng have to teach others? Although Shifeng could provide some pointers by relying on his 10 years of combat experience, the points he could give were mostly specialized in fighting monsters. At most, he could teach the students here the techniques players could employ when fighting against other players. However, these experiences wouldn't be of much use in the trial tower. This was because the trial tower tested the players themselves. Players needed to develop their combat standards to a certain extent to clear the tests in the trial tower. After taking these factors into account, Luo Tiancheng concluded that Shifeng intended to take a gamble. After all, if it was a talent like Wu Lingling, the specialized knowledge Shifeng provided might just be enough to help the girl get from the 5th floor's early stage to the 5th floor's middle stage. Then, if Shifeng succeeded in his gamble, he would instantly attract the attention of the other new students. Of course, if Shifeng's bet failed, he would solidify his identity as a scammer in the new students' eyes. At that time, he would have no hope of remaining in the God's Domain Academy. Noticing that Shifeng's words had tempted many of the new students present, Luo Tiancheng looked at Shifeng and smiled, saying, "Instructor Shi, you're not fit to be an instructor if you entice students in such a manner. You might not gain any money if your students don't improve, but you don't stand to lose anything either. At most, you can just blame your students, saying that they failed to learn the essentials. Hence, they failed to improve, and that it isn't your teaching that has a problem. In contrast, if a student coincidentally makes a breakthrough in the trial tower, wouldn't you make a lot of money? Upon hearing Luo Tiancheng's words, many of the students also noticed the problem in Shifeng's offer. So, Instructor Luo, are you saying that I'm being unfair to these students? Shifeng said, smiling as he glanced at Luo Tiancheng. In that case, do you have any brilliant ideas to share? I dare not offer any brilliant ideas. I just feel that, as an instructor, you shouldn't be playing such word games with your students, Luo Tiancheng said. When he saw that Shifeng remained calm even after he had exposed the man's ploy, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Even so, he still provocatively suggested, since you are so confident in your teaching, Instructor Shi, it shouldn't be difficult for you to help all of your students make improvements in the trial tower, right? Wu Lingling was one of the best talents the Gods Domain Academy had welcomed this semester. If Shifeng got lucky, it was indeed possible for Wu Lingling to achieve a breakthrough after listening to his guidance. However, it would be a different story if Shifeng had to help multiple students achieve a breakthrough. The sun would be rising from the west tomorrow if he managed to accomplish such a feat. If anyone else was standing in Luo Tiancheng's place right now, they might just allow Shifeng to bet on his luck. However, Luo Tiancheng wouldn't. He wanted to cut off all of Shifeng's paths of retreat and watch Shifeng leave the Gods Domain Academy in humiliation. Of course, Luo Tiancheng also knew that Shifeng wasn't an idiot. The man definitely wouldn't accept such a suggestion. However, if Shifeng rejected his suggestion, he could simply say that Shifeng had a guilty conscience. In turn, this would cause the new students to doubt Shifeng's abilities. However, contrary to Luo Tiancheng's expectations, Shifeng nodded his head and said with a look of realization, "What you said is reasonable, Instructor Luo. This is indeed a good solution. If I only guide a small number of students, the results I achieve can't be used to prove anything. But, Instructor Luo, as you can see, no students are coming to sign up for my lesson. How about you help me find 20 students?" Luo Tiancheng was momentarily dumbfounded when he heard Shifeng agreeing to his suggestion. What's going on? Is he taking the initiative to put himself onto the path of no return? Also, aren't I trying to prevent him from recruiting apprentices? Why must I help him find 20 students now? Instructor Luo, you've constantly been casting suspicion over my abilities, yet you aren't even giving me a chance to prove myself. Should such slanderous actions be coming from an instructor? Shifeng said with a grin. Moreover, you are one of the more well-known junior instructors in our academy. You should be acting as a role model. If you question someone, you should first provide the relevant evidence. The new students present nodded in agreement with Shifeng's words. Then, they moved their gazes from Shifeng to Luo Tiancheng. Since Luo Tiancheng doubted Shifeng's abilities, he should provide substantive evidence to prove his claims. Otherwise, he would be doing nothing but create rumors. And who wouldn't know how to create rumors? Fine, I'll help you find 20 students. Luo Tiancheng gnashed his teeth as he glared at Shifeng. Because of Shifeng's words, he had now become a rumor monger in the new students' eyes. But if you fail to help those 20 students improve, you better not blame your failure on the students' lack of ability. Naturally, Shifeng confidently said. In reality, Shifeng had had a headache trying to figure out a way to attract new students. Firstly, not all freshmen had the financial wealth to pay 100,000 credits. Secondly, the freshmen that had yet to seek apprenticeship were already dwindling in number. If he started his performance with only a small batch of students, by the time he finished teaching these students, had them challenge the trial tower, and spread his fame, the other junior instructors present would have long since snatched away the remaining students. By that time, even if there were students who wanted to come under his wing, they wouldn't be able to do so. After all, under the Gods Domain Academy's rules, Students who had apprenticed themselves under an instructor were not allowed to change their instructors within a year. However, even for Luo Tiancheng, someone who had worked in the God's Domain Academy for several years, he failed to find more than a few students who were willing to spend the money to take Shifeng's lesson. After all, 100,000 credits was a significant sum of money for most of the students present. This situation rendered Luo Tiancheng speechless. In the end, Luo Tiancheng had to offer to pay for these students to get them to try out Shifeng's lesson. As soon as he went with this option, he quickly managed to bring 20 new students to Shifeng. "Instructor Shi, here are your 20 students," Luo Tiancheng said, glaring at Shifeng. He even took the initiative to transfer 2 million credits to Shifeng. "Now, please begin your performance." Although Luo Tiancheng didn't know why Shifeng behaved so confidently, he refused to believe that Shifeng could create a miracle. After all, even Tier 4 experts were incapable of helping many freshmen achieve a breakthrough in the trial tower through just a brief lesson, let alone a Tier 3 expert like Shifeng. No problem. Shifeng felt delighted when he saw the transaction notification appearing on his quantum watch. If he combined these 2 million credits with his own 5 million, he wouldn't have to worry about equipment and resources for a while once he re-entered God's domain. Then he looked toward the 20 students in front of him and said, "I'll be doing a set of aerobics in a moment. All you need to do is learn the whole set. Once I see that you've reached an adequate proficiency, you may challenge the trial tower." As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the 20 freshmen in front of him instantly became dumbfounded. Aerobics? They had learned aerobics when they were in elementary school, but such exercise was only meant to loosen their muscles. However, they had never heard of aerobics being able to help one improve one's combat standard. "Aerobics? It seems I have underestimated you, Instructor Shi. I am truly ashamed of my ignorance," Luo Tiancheng sarcastically said. At this time, he wanted nothing more than to laugh out loud. "Should I play some music for you as well?" Initially, Luo Tiancheng had thought that Shifeng had prepared some kind of secret technique to turn the tables on him. But aerobics? Shifeng was simply tired of living. It should be known that the God's Domain Academy students were all befitting the title of genius. This was especially true for Wu Lingling. Right now, many first-rate guilds had already put their attention on the girl, confident that she would become a future powerhouse in God's domain. Yet now, Shifeng was having these geniuses do aerobics, like a bunch of elementary students. If news of this spread, Shifeng would become the joke of the city. And if none of his students managed to make any improvements, his image in the academy would also fall into tatters. "That won't be necessary," Shifeng answered. Then, behaving as if he didn't see the awkward looks on the students' faces, he said, "There are 9 movements in the set. I don't need you to execute them to perfection. I just need you to reach a passing standard." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the 20 students before him couldn't help but look at him in contempt and anger. After all, there were people capable of perfectly executing even God's domain's complex combat techniques, let alone a bunch of measly aerobic movements. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling suddenly felt as if she had been tricked and her IQ insulted. However, Shifeng did not care about any of the looks of contempt and anger he received. He simply began executing the aerobic movements he mentioned while explaining the movements. The set of aerobics Shifeng currently executed was something he had invented during his other life, and it was used as part of the basic training for Zero Wing's newcomers. Meanwhile, anyone in the guild capable of perfectly executing the entire set would be instantly promoted into a core member. Shifeng had created this aerobic exercise using a combination of multiple combat techniques found in God's domain and his understanding of the refinement realm. Although the set's 9 movements appeared ordinary, the execution difficulty increased with each subsequent movement as the minute movements became more and more complicated. One would need to be at the refinement realm standard to perfectly execute all 9 movements. Currently, most of the students in front of him were still stuck on the trial tower's 4th floor. They were merely laymen when it came to manipulating their physical bodies. Needless to say, they were still miles away from rivaling refinement realm experts. Meanwhile, the aerobics he taught would allow them to gradually understand how they should control their bodies. As to the extent to which they could improve, that depended entirely on the individual. After all, the aerobic exercise only provided them with a clear direction to advance Indiana. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU subsequently, after Sherfeng completed the first set of aerobics, he had the students start exercising with him. 1 repetition, 3 repetitions, 10 repetitions. As the 20 students began following Sherfeng's instructions, the students who arrived in the testing hall afterward couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. This situation caused the 20 students to feel greatly embarrassed. Then, after guiding the 20 students through the aerobic exercise for nearly 3 hours, Sherfeng nodded in satisfaction at the sweaty students in front of him and said, "All right, the lesson is over. You can challenge the trial tower now." Chapter 2931, Frantic Testing Hall. Chapter 5, Frantic Testing Hall, outside of the testing hall. As soon as Sherfeng gave his approval to take the test, the 20 students before him couldn't help but look at him with skeptical and dumbfounded expressions. "That's all, instructor, sure?" When Wu Lingling saw the satisfied look on Sherfeng's face, she couldn't help but feel that Sherfeng was challenging her intellect. She had already humiliated herself by earnestly doing aerobics that only grade schoolers would do, although she could indeed sense her body becoming more flexible after the exercise session. That was it. She couldn't sense any improvements to her combat standard and combat techniques at all. In other words, nothing would change even if she challenged the trial tower now. Initially, she had thought that Sherfeng would more or less give them some pointers on their combat techniques once they were done with the aerobics. Either that or provide some useful tips to tackle the trial tower. Yet, Sherfeng had concluded the training session just like that. Sherfeng was charging them 100,000 credits, for heaven's sake. Yet, all he did was have them exercise their bodies for several hours. "MHM, that's enough," Sherfeng said, smiling when he saw the dumbfounded look on Wu Lingling's face. "It'll cost you more if you want to receive more guidance. Of course, I can give you a 40% discount if you become my apprentice." Sherfeng's words instantly flabbergasted Wu Lingling and the 19 other students present. When other students sought apprenticeship under other instructors in the academy, the instructors would eagerly shower them with resources and provide them with personalized instructions. After all, it was in the instructor's best interest to help their apprentices improve as quickly as possible. Yet, when it came to Sherfeng, not only did he not offer any resources to his apprentices, but even the lessons he provided came with a price tag. Moreover, he was only offering a pitiful discount of 40% to students who became his apprentices. At this time, even Luo Tiancheng, who had been spectating from the side all this time, couldn't help but give Sherfeng a look of admiration. Sherfeng was definitely the first instructor in the God's Domain Academy to ever charge their students money for lessons. It would be an absolute miracle if he still managed to gain any apprentices under such a situation. However, Sherfeng didn't bother explaining himself. While ignoring the looks of contempt his students were giving him, he pointed at the testing hall and said, "There's not much time left. You might not make it if you don't go test yourselves now." Hearing Sherfeng's words, the 20 students turned to look at the large digital clock set up inside the testing hall and found that they were indeed running out of time. Immediately, they ran into the hall and joined the queue to take part in the test, leaving behind Sherfeng and Luo Tiancheng. "It's finally time. Let's see how long you can keep pretending to be calm." Luo Tiancheng inwardly laughed as he glanced at Sherfeng's calm expression. Originally, Luo Tiancheng thought that Sherfeng had an ace hidden under his sleeve. After all, Sherfeng used to be Shadow's guild leader. It wouldn't be strange for him to know some secrets that others did not. However, looking at things now, Luo Tiancheng felt that he had been worried for nothing. A measly set of aerobics wouldn't be of any help to a fight even in the real world, let alone the virtual world. All Shi Feng was doing was spouting nonsense to grab attention. Time passed by quickly. After 20 minutes had gone by, one of the students, Shi Feng, taught finally got his turn to test himself. The student's name was Meng Zio, and he was one of the freshmen who had already taken part in the test once before. Meng Zio had previously reached the 4th floor's late stage, but he wasn't satisfied with this result. After all, he could only receive a B rank evaluation with this result, which would net him only 12 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid per year and a 30% discount to all school resources. However, if he could reach the trial tower's 5th floor, even if it was only the early stage, he would receive an A rank evaluation. In that case, he would receive 24 bottles of A rank nutrient fluid per year, which was equivalent to 240,000 credits or a high-ranking white-collar worker's annual salary. Most importantly, he would also enjoy a 40% discount for all school resources and free access to the school's basic training facilities. The difference in benefits might not be significant for wealthy students, but Meng Zio came from an average family. He would be able to afford more resources for himself with the additional discount. After all, God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game. It placed heavy importance on a person's physical fitness. Only by having a strong physique in the real world could one let their brain better exhibit its potential in God's Domain. As to why Meng Zio decided to try Shi Feng's course, it was simply because Luo Tiancheng had offered to pay the 100,000 credit fee for him. Since the course was free, he naturally had to try it. He didn't have anything to lose, even if he tried it. However, if the course worked, then he would have struck the jackpot. After taking a deep breath, Meng Zio anxiously stepped into one of the virtual gaming cabins prepared in the testing hall. That Meng Zio looks like a good seedling. Once he comes out, I should think of a way to get him to become my apprentice, Luo Tiancheng thought as he watched Meng Zio entering the gaming cabin. Despite being only 17 years old and having received no prior training, Meng Zio had managed to reach the 4th floor's late stage. It was an incredible achievement. After all, the boy was only 2 steps away from reaching the recognized expert standard in God's Domain, which was the 5th floor's middle stage. Even after God's Domain had been in operation for 10 years, it still wasn't an easy task for players to reach the recognized standard for ordinary experts in God's Domain. This was especially true for someone as young as Meng Zio. One would need to have great talent to do so. Based on Meng Zio's current performance, if the boy received systematic training, he could become a first-rate expert in no time. He might even have a chance at becoming a refinement realm expert in the future. After all, the various powers of God's Domain had been enhancing and refining their training processes throughout the years. New players joining God's Domain now enjoyed much better training conditions than players who started playing God's Domain 10 years ago. If Luo Tiancheng didn't have his physique and brain activity regress along with age, he could also become a refinement realm expert. At this time, Luo Tiancheng wasn't the only one to have his eyes on Meng Zio. The other instructors present were also figuring out how they could win over Meng Zio. After all, they would receive significant rewards if they could help their respective guilds welcome a young genius. Not to mention, they could also form a connection with a potential expert, which would ensure them a better future. However, even though many of the basic instructors present were looking to rope Meng Zio to their side, none thought about laying their hands on Wu Lingling. After all, Wu Lingling was a genius that first-rate guilds and even super first-rate guilds had set their sights on. The resources she could receive from these existences were leaps and bounds better than what she could receive from second- and third-rate guilds. Wu Lingling would be an utter fool to seek apprenticeship under the basic instructors present. After the instructors outside the testing hall waited for some time, Meng Zio suddenly left his gaming cabin, joy and surprise coloring his face. What's going on? Did he make an improvement? The many instructors shared the same thought when they saw Meng Zio's expression. However, they also couldn't help but doubt their guesses. After all, they had also been present when Shifeng made his students do aerobics. There was no way such simple exercises could help the students make substantial improvements in the trial tower. Just when a few instructors thought to approach Meng Zio and ask the boy about his test result, the screen displaying test scores inside the hall released Meng Zio's result. Meng Zio, 17, Trial Tower. 5th floor's early stage. Previous best result was 4th floor's late stage. Evaluation. A silence immediately enveloped the area outside the testing hall. Apart from Shifeng, every basic instructor present looked at Meng Zio as if they had just seen a ghost. Impossible. Luo Tiancheng rubbed his eyes and took a look at the screen again, his mind unable to accept what his eyes were seeing. After all, who could believe that Meng Zio had improved his performance in the trial tower by a stage after doing a few hours of aerobics? However, Meng Zio had no reason to hide his strength and help Shifeng. Most importantly, Luo Tiancheng had personally recruited Meng Zio for Shifeng's lesson. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Could this be an act? The instructors weren't the only ones dumbfounded at this time. Even the other students present couldn't help but doubt the situation before them and suspect that Shifeng and Meng Zio were in cahoots with each other. Luck. This is just luck. Luo Tiancheng said in denial. Meng Zio probably only failed to reach it before because he wasn't in peak condition. He must have already had the strength to reach the 5th floor before. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement when they heard Luo Tiancheng's words, finding his words to be reasonable. After all, not everyone could maintain themselves in peak condition at all times. Small problems such as anxiety could easily affect one's performance. However, shortly after the crowd agreed with Luo Tiancheng's opinion, another person exited their gaming cabin. This person was a girl with an innocent look, and she was also one of the students Shifeng instructed. And just like Meng Zio, the girl wore a look of joy and excitement on her face. I did it! I did it! I finally broke through to B rank. Along with the girl's excited shouts, her score appeared on the central screen. The crowd outside the testing hall instantly fell silent upon seeing the girl's result. Even Luo Tiancheng became thoroughly dumbfounded. Subsequently, as more and more of Shifeng's students completed their test, the crowd outside the testing hall also grew more and more silent. Finally, when all of Shifeng's students completed their tests, the crowd immediately exploded into an uproar. The reason for the uproar was because Wu Lingling, the last of Shifeng's students to complete their test, had surpassed her previous record and reached the 5th floor's middle stage, becoming an officially recognized expert in God's domain. Simultaneously, Wu Lingling had also become the second student after Wu Xiaoxiao, her elder sister, to achieve such a result on the day she enrolled into the God's Domain Academy. Luo Tiancheng's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he saw Wu Lingling's score. He couldn't help but feel as if he was dreaming. At this time, let alone the spectating crowd, even Wu Lingling herself was still in shock over her achievement. Her mind failed to process how she had made such an improvement. After all, she previously had failed to break through the 5th floor's early stage, no matter what she tried. She didn't even have a clue as to what she needed to do to make further progress. Yet, when she challenged the trial tower this time, she had cleared the 5th floor's early stage with surprising ease. Among those present, only Shifeng wasn't surprised by this outcome. The aerobic exercise he formulated wasn't any ordinary aerobics. Instead, it was created based on God's domain's combat techniques and the refinement realm's principles. If one earnestly practiced these movements, not only could one experience the realms of refinement much more easily, but one would also start to notice subtle movements that one normally wouldn't notice. Although one couldn't reach the refinement realm just by practicing this aerobic exercise, Once one became familiar with the management of these subtle movements, one could reduce the unnecessary movements in one's actions. In turn, one's movements would flow much more smoothly. Moreover, the effects of these changes would become even more prominent in the virtual world of God's domain. After all, players controlled their virtual bodies with their minds, and their virtual bodies had much fewer physical limitations than their physical bodies. Hence, certain actions and reactions would be amplified, and one could execute movements that one normally couldn't execute. Naturally, this would lead to significant improvements in one's combat standard. In reality, the exercise's real benefits would only start to show themselves if one practiced it over a long period. To be precise, one needed to practice the exercise to the point where one could instinctively reduce their unnecessary movements. The benefits one could gain from practicing the exercise for a few hours were hardly anything noteworthy. Of course, helping someone stuck beneath the trial tower's 6th floor improve their performance by a stage was still entirely possible. Instructor Luo, thank you for your 2 million credits, Shifeng calmly said as he glanced at the dumbfounded Luo Tianqing. Now that I've already recruited 20 apprentices, I'll be taking my leave. Wu Lingling's shocking performance had worked as a great advertisement. Shifeng had managed to recruit 30 students as his apprentice in less than 5 minutes. Of them, 20 were the students he had taught. Even Wu Lingling had sought apprenticeship under him after hesitating for some time. As a result, Shifeng had met the minimum requirement to remain as one of the God's Domain Academy's basic instructors. Shifeng, don't get too delighted. Luo Tianqing's complexion was pitch black right now. However, when he looked at Shifeng's departing back, he sneered and said, "So what if you become a basic instructor at the academy? Do you think you can return to your peak?" After saying so, Luo Tianqing left the area as well, his eyes full of resentment. 2 million credits. He had spent years saving that money. However, when Luo Tianqing recalled that Shifeng had been kicked out of Shadow like a loser, his mood brightened up a lot. The God's Domain Academy might have access to many real-world resources. It was a different story when it came to God's Domain's resources. Now, that Shifeng had no guild backing him. There was no way he could achieve anything in the academy. At night, Wanhao Villa District, inside the top-floor training room of a 3-story villa, Lin Yaoyue wiped the sweat on her forehead and grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid from the nearby refrigerator. The way she gulped down the liquid, paired with the tight sportswear she wore that outlined her charming figure, created a sight that would make any men drool with desire. However, there were no men present in this room. Instead, the only other occupant of this room was a gorgeous woman wearing a short lace dress. Even so, when this woman looked at Lin Yaoyue's attractive figure, she couldn't help but lick the corners of her mouth. "Yaoyue, it seems your combat standard isn't the only thing that has improved a lot in the time we haven't met. That place of yours has developed a lot as well. If young Master Li and the others find out about this, they'll probably become even crazier than before," the woman in the dress said, smiling as she looked at Lin Yaoyue. "Stop teasing me, Yalin," Lin Yaoyue said as she looked at her best friend, Zui Yalin. Then she curiously asked, "I've been busy with the academy recently. How's the situation in the guild?" "What else could be going on? Everyone's preparing for the War of Worlds expansion pack that's going live tonight," Zui Yalin said with a slightly tired look. "I've been busy running around looking for information on this expansion pack recently as well. Is the miniature ancient world described in that new expansion pack that amazing?" Lin Yaoyue asked. The new War of Worlds expansion pack was something announced over a month ago. Once the expansion pack went live, not only would their God's Domain have to fight against another God's Domain, but a miniature ancient world would also come into existence. Meanwhile, according to rumors, this miniature ancient world possessed an environment comparable to that of the ancient God's Domain. Such an environment would be of significant help to the development of players. Hence, Many of God's domain's various powers were thinking of competing for this miniature ancient world. That place is much more amazing than you think. Rumors say that it is the creation of an ancient god and that it is a small part of our God's domain that was separated during ancient times. If that's the case, there should be plenty of legacies and resources that are only available during ancient times, Zhuyalan said, a hint of excitement appearing in her eyes. But according to the information provided on the expansion pack, the rules of this ancient world are a little unique. Only players who have reached level 100, Tier 3 and above, are allowed to enter. Moreover, once players enter that world, they will have their progress reset to level 100, Tier 3. Even so, because of the environment and legacies available in there, many Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts are thinking of taking a gamble on that miniature ancient world to try and rectify their lacking foundations. Hasn't the Tier 5 promotion been troubling you? You can consider giving that place a try. I'll consider it. Lin Yaoyue nodded. Her friend's words had piqued her interest. The difficulty of God's domain's tier promotion increased exponentially with each subsequent tier. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 promotion was akin to a nightmare for Lin Yaoyue. If she could lay herself a better foundation in the miniature ancient world, she would undoubtedly have a much better chance at reaching Tier 5. By the way, I heard that Shadow's ex-guild leader joined your place. What do you think of him? Zhualinya suddenly asked. Most of our guild's experts are stuck having to defend against the outer world forces, so we still need many more experts to secure a foothold in the ancient world. Since he is Shadow's ex-guild leader, he should be quite strong. If we can recruit him, it should significantly increase our combat power in the miniature ancient world. That man is indeed capable. He managed to recruit 30 apprentices in the academy within a day, Lin Yaoyue said as she forwarded Shifeng's personal information to Zhuyalan. Then she shook her head and continued, but he is, in the end, only a Tier 3 expert. He is also growing in age. It'll be difficult for him to make any further improvements. Moreover, Shadow is still keeping an eye on him even now. There is also world domination standing behind Shadow. It's best if we give up on him. Is that so? Zhuyalan muttered as she read Shifeng's information. Then, after pondering for a moment, she sighed and said, "What a pity. With his standards, if he wasn't Shadow's ex-guild leader, he could easily join the middle management of any first-rate guild." Meanwhile, when Lin Yaoyue and Zhuyalan were chatting with each other, Shifeng, who was living in a villa located in the distant Blue Bamboo Villa district, laid into his virtual gaming cabin and entered God's domain once more. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EUTL Notes. Made an edit to Chapter 4. Realms of Refinement - Refinement Realm. The aerobic exercise Shifeng developed is based on the Refinement Realm's principles only. Principles of the Flowing Water Realm and Void Realm aren't included. Chapter 2932, Black Flame. Chapter 6, Black Flame God's Domain, was a virtual reality game that had been operating for 10 years already. Since God's Domain's launch, people worldwide have gradually learned to accept this virtual world. By now, God's Domain had already become an integral part of human life, and many people sought to live and rise in this second world. Meanwhile, the flow of time in God's Domain was different than that of the real world. 2 hours in God's Domain was only equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Hence, one could experience up to 48 hours a day if they spent their entire day in God's Domain. Moreover, God's Domain experienced a standard 30-hour daytime and 18-hour nighttime. One could technically double their lifespan by playing God's Domain. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng found himself arriving in a colorful space-time passage. After walking along this passage for 10 seconds or so, an ancient temple suspended in the starry sky appeared in front of him. Subsequently, Shifeng felt an invisible force carry his body toward the ancient temple that was the size of a mountain. When he arrived before the temple, a female angel with 4 pairs of white wings and clad in a holy dress flew out of the temple and hovered in front of him. Meanwhile, this was a scene Shifeng was incredibly familiar with. This female angel was none other than Gabriel, the angel that would only appear when players first created their character. However, unlike the Gabriel Sherfong had seen when God's Domain had first launched, the Gabriel before him had already undergone significant changes. When God's Domain first launched, Gabriel was only the size of a palm. Now, though, she had a normal person's height. The sacred aura her body exuded had also become much more powerful than before. In front of this angel lord, players would feel as if they were no different than ants. Hello, adventurer. Welcome to God's Domain. I am the navigation angel, Gabriel. I will be introducing to you the 4 main categories and 12 main classes. Please choose the class that you like most, Gabriel said to Sherfong with a smile on her face. Then she extended a hand and summoned a list showing the 12 available classes to Sherfong. These 12 main jobs were categorized into 4 main classes: Warrior, Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Berserker; Weapons Specialist, Swordsman, Assassin, Ranger; Healer, Cleric, Druid, Oracle; Mage, Elementalist, Summoner, Cursemancer. As this is your second time creating an account and your first account has satisfied the Swordsman class's level 180, Tier 3 condition, if you select the Swordsman class again, you can start as a level 100, Tier 3 Swordsman. If you choose any other class, you will have to start from level 0, Gabriel said after giving an introduction on the 12 main classes. Then she asked, "Do you wish to choose the Swordsman class again?" "I will choose the Swordsman class," Sherfong said in a resolute tone. He had spent a total of 20 years fighting in God's Domain as a swordsman in his 2 lives. He was even the first player to become a Tier 6 god in his second life. Hence, the Swordsman class had already become something inseparable from him. Now that he would be starting another journey in God's Domain, he naturally wouldn't select any other classes. He had already determined himself to reach the apex of God's Domain as a swordsman in this life. He would make up for the regrets he had in this dreamlike world and recover his missing memories. Sherfong felt that the missing part of his memories should be tied to God's Domain's existence. Meanwhile, only by reaching the apex again could he potentially recover those memories. "Class selection complete," Gabriel said, nodding. "Please designate a name for your character." Hearing this, Sherfong pondered for a moment before saying, "Black Flame." Black Flame was the pseudonym he had used most of the time in his other life. In that life, Black Flame was also the name of the sword god that everybody in God's Domain knew of. Now that he was no longer Shadow's sword magician, he naturally didn't have to continue using his original ID of Yifeng. Naming successful. Do you wish to adjust your appearance? The adjustment rate is limited to 15%, Gabriel added. Sherfong had decided to alter his character's appearance to match the original Black Flame's appearance. Although he couldn't mimic it perfectly due to the limitations imposed, his character still turned out very similar to the Black Flame in his other life. His character looked very close to becoming a middle-aged uncle, and his eyebrows also gave off a strict feeling. Appearance adjustment complete. Please select a birthplace. After confirming Sherfeng's appearance adjustment, Gabriel waved her hand again and summoned the complete map of the God's Domain continent and the map of an unknown landmass. Then she said, "You are allowed to choose any major city in God's Domain as your birthplace because you will be re-entering God's Domain as a level 100, Tier 3 player. Apart from the major cities, you can also choose the newly appeared miniature ancient world as your new birthplace. I can start directly in the miniature ancient world." Sherfong was slightly surprised by this revelation. The environment found during the ancient times of God's Domain was significantly better than the environment found in modern times. Not only was the mana during ancient times more plentiful, but the mana itself also provided significant help in improving the concentration of players. This, in turn, could increase the success rate of players in completing their tier promotions. After reading about the upcoming expansion pack in God's Domain, Sherfong had planned to search for a way to enter this miniature ancient world. Now, it would seem that he didn't need to waste his time doing so. Now that God's domain had already been in operation for a decade, most of the available resource spots and leveling spots in God's domain already had an owner. Unless Sherfong joined one of the major powers, he would have difficulty acquiring any useful resources. Leveling up would become an especially big problem. After all, the prime leveling spots of God's domain were the various guilds' capital to help their new recruits catch up to frontline players as quickly as possible. There was no way these guilds would share their leveling resources with outsiders. If Sherfong couldn't gain access to these prime leveling spots, even if he was a level 100, Tier 3 expert, his leveling speed would be astonishingly slow. It would take ages for him to return to level 200. Meanwhile, the miniature ancient world was a place untouched by God's domain's various powers. It was undoubtedly good news for Sherfong that he could enter the miniature ancient world straight away. After seeing Sherfong remaining unresponsive for some time, Gabriel couldn't help but ask, "Do you wish to select the miniature ancient world as your birthplace?" "Yes." Sherfong nodded. Player Black Flame has selected to be born in the miniature ancient world, initiating teleportation in 5 seconds. I wish you a happy gaming experience. Gabriel nodded to Sherfong before chanting an incantation. 5 seconds later, Sherfong transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared from the space in front of the ancient temple. Then, after an unknown amount of time had passed, Sherfong opened his eyes again and found himself standing in the middle of a majestic city filled with tall buildings. To be precise, he currently stood in the plaza in front of a war god's temple, the bustling plaza filled with tens of thousands of players who had similarly just arrived in the miniature ancient world. 100 Flow City, is it? When Sherfong checked the system map for the city's name, he couldn't help but be astonished by what he saw. According to the map, 100 Flow City measured 40 kilometers from side to side. It was much larger than any main city found on the main continent. Even a Tier 3 player would need to run at full speed for 15 minutes and in a straight line to cross the city. Meanwhile, the mana flowing in the air was simply wonderful. When standing in this mana, Sherfong could feel his mind clearing up to a great extent. Afterward, Sherfong closed the system map and called up his current character's attribute panel. Character: Black Flame Human, Miniature Ancient World Suppressed State, Affiliated City, 100 Flow City Title, None Class, Swordsman Level, 100 HP, 96000/96000 Attack Power, 7432 Defense, 9140 Attack Speed, 186 Movement Speed, for 150 attributes. Strength 2050, Agility 1849, Endurance 2100, Intelligence 1670, Vitality 1594. Free attribute points. 0 Sword King class talent. Obtain 30 free attribute points every level. What a ruthless suppression. Sherfong was a little astonished when he saw his statistics. The starting equipment the system provided him was by no means terrible. The system had given him a full set of level 100 secret silver equipment, paired with 2 level 100 fine gold ranked longswords. With such equipment, he should have basic attributes rivaling a level 100 High Lord. However, because of the miniature ancient world suppression reducing his attributes, he was only slightly stronger than the average level 100 Lord. With such basic attributes, ordinary experts would need to form parties if they wanted to defeat level 100 Lords efficiently. If an ordinary expert tried soloing a level 100 Lord with so little attack power, it would take them ages to defeat the monster. What gave Sherfong an even larger headache was the state of his mana body. The mana body played a pivotal role in determining a Tier 3 player's strength. The stronger a player's mana body, the stronger their skills and spells would become. Moreover, a strong mana body would also allow players to recover their stamina and concentration much more rapidly. Meanwhile, mana bodies were divided into 4 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, and epic. In his first and current life, Shifeng had only completed a bronze mana body the first time he reached Tier 3. This was also one of the main reasons preventing him from reaching Tier 4. Although the system had directly elevated his new character to Tier 3, his mana body remained at the bronze standard. If he had to rely on such a weak mana body, he would have a much more difficult time getting promoted into higher tiers. Fortunately, this ancient world has a solution to make up for this problem. Otherwise, I'd have no choice but to start over from level 0. The minimum entry condition for the miniature ancient world was level 100, Tier 3. Meanwhile, once players entered the ancient world, their statistics would be forcibly reset to level 100, Tier 3. It didn't matter whether a player was a Tier 4 or Tier 5 expert in the outside world. Despite this being the case, many Tier 4 experts had chosen to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, one of their reasons for doing so was that this miniature ancient world provided players with a chance to reconstruct their Tier 3 mana body without starting all over from scratch. They would get the opportunity to pave a much sturdier foundation and create a much brighter future for themselves. During the time Shifeng was inspecting his statistics, most of the players who had appeared together with him in the plaza had already left the area. Now, only a few thousand players remained. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. These people sure know how to move quickly. When Shifeng saw the many players rushing toward the city center, he leisurely made his way out of the plaza and followed after them as well. Every NPC city found in the miniature ancient world housed a special building known as the Colosseum. This was also the only place where Tier 3 players could acquire the opportunity to reconstruct their mana bodies. Chapter 2933, Epic Challenge. Chapter 7, Epic Challenge, 100 Flow City, Colosseum. The Colosseum was a massive building that occupied an area spanning 6 sports stadiums and extended over 300 meters into the air. It was without a doubt the most prominent building in 100 Flow City. Just by approaching the Colosseum's metal gates that measured several dozen meters in height, players could feel a strong bloodlust radiating from the building. When Shifeng arrived before the Colosseum, over 200,000 players had already flooded the place. Among these players, only a small part of them were players who had recreated their accounts and entered 100 Flow City, while most of them were players who had teleported from the main continent of God's domain. As Shifeng made his way into the Colosseum, he saw many players hawking their wares by the entrance, selling 6-piece level 100 dark gold set equipment for cheap. Each set only costs 2,000 gold coins or 200,000 credits. You can use it up to level 120. It is a must-have for new accounts. Level 150 epic equipment going for only 2,000 gold per piece. Level 150 epic weapons going for only 5,000 gold each. These are must-haves for those challenging the Colosseum. Stock is limited. First come, first served. 6-piece level 120 epic set equipment for only 20,000 gold. 10% off paying by credits. Hundreds of players continuously hawked their wares in front of the Colosseum, adding even more noise and liveliness to the crowded establishment. This was a rare sight in God's domain nowadays. It was as if the game had reverted to its launch day. Only, not many players took these hawking players' offers. Instead, most of them looked at these hawking players in contempt. These merchant players must be insane. Level 150 epic weapons are only going for 2,000 gold outside, yet they're asking for 5,000 gold here. This is daylight robbery. I know, right? Thankfully, I bought myself an 8-piece level 150 epic set equipment before coming here. Also, players can only bring up to 1,000 gold and not a copper more to the miniature ancient world. These people must have lost their minds. 10 years had passed since God's domain launched, and players had already explored over 90% of the game's available maps. Hence, Currency in God's domain was no longer in as high demand as it had been initially. At launch, players could exchange 1 copper coin for up to 30 credits. Now, though, one could get 1 gold coin, which was the equivalent of 10,000 copper coins, for just 90 credits. Meanwhile, the exchange rate had remained like this for 2 years without changing. Although the Miniature Ancient World's release had affected the recent pricing of God's domain's currency, the change wasn't particularly drastic since players could only bring a limited amount of money into the Miniature Ancient World. Hence, the exchange rate had only gone up from 90 credits to 100 credits per gold coin. Of course, currency wasn't the only thing players were limited to bring into the Miniature Ancient World. The weapons, equipment, tools, and materials they were allowed to bring were also limited. For example, items at the fragmented legendary rank or above were prohibited, and some powerful epic items were barred. Moreover, players were only allowed to bring up to level 150 epic weapons and equipment. For expert players seeking to explore the Miniature Ancient World, this was a massive restriction. After all, only items at the fragmented legendary rank or above could allow players to transcend tiers. However, most players entering the Miniature Ancient World welcomed these restrictions. After all, even in this day and age, the number of players in possession of fragmented legendary items and above was few and far between. Not to mention, over 90% of them were the executives or peak experts of the various guilds. If these players were allowed to bring such powerful items into the Miniature Ancient World, ordinary experts would stand no chance against them. With these restrictions, though, everyone would have a fairly even starting point, since even ordinary experts could get their hands on epic weapons and equipment so long as they were willing to put a few holes into their wallets. Hence, guild experts would no longer have as much of an advantage over independent experts in the Miniature Ancient World. These restrictions had undoubtedly created an opportunity for many players seeking to explore the Miniature Ancient World. Meanwhile, Shifeng was also one of the beneficiaries of these limitations. Before returning to God's domain, Shifeng had even thought about selling his mansion to exchange for coins. After all, a 6-piece level 150 epic set equipment alone would cost over 1 million credits. He also had to buy individual epic equipment pieces and epic accessories to fill the rest of his equipment slots. At the end of the day, he was merely a level 100, tier 3 player right now. Even if he had amazing skills, without having a bunch of epic items to support him, he would still have a difficult time getting by in the Miniature Ancient World, let alone reaching the apex of this world. After looking at the various items the merchant players were selling, Shifeng shook his head and made his way inside the Colosseum. He had to admit that these merchant players were exemplary businessmen. The prices they sold their epic weapons and equipment at were truly reasonable. After all, the prices were only 2 or 3 times higher than those found outside the Miniature Ancient World. If Shifeng had to rely on these merchant players to fully equip himself in epic items, the credits he currently had on him wouldn't be enough at all. He would have to sell the mansion he had as well. Not to mention, the priority of players who had just entered the Miniature Ancient World wasn't to spend all of their funds on weapons and equipment. Instead, they needed to spend their money on supportive consumables. In the Miniature Ancient World, the areas outside of NPC cities were filled with a strange and corrosive energy. So long as players left the protection of NPC cities, this strange energy would immediately start corroding their bodies. Once the corrosion level reached a certain point, not only would players lose stamina and concentration rapidly, but they would even have their basic attributes reduced as well. Eventually, they would even lose their lives to the corrosion. For this reason, players could only spend a very limited amount of time outside of the confines of cities. Meanwhile, players would need to rest inside NPC cities to expel this corrosive energy out of their bodies. And if players wished to expedite this process, they would have to consume expensive foods or potions. In addition to supportive consumables, players also needed to save their money for the crucial services offered in NPC cities, and one of these services was the Colosseum. The process of acquiring the opportunity to reconstruct one's mana body in the Colosseum wasn't free. On the contrary, players had to spend a fortune to acquire this opportunity. The Colosseum was split into 5 floors, with the first floor being used as a reception hall and the second to 5th floors being used for challenges. The challenges were split into 4 ranks, namely bronze, silver, gold, and epic, and each of the 4 floors corresponded to a particular difficulty. The rank of the challenges also corresponded to the rank of the mana body players would get to create. Meanwhile, the cost of the challenges ranged from 10 gold to 500 gold per try. It was undoubtedly an exorbitant expenditure. It should be noted that new characters created in the miniature ancient world were only provided with a starting fund of 1 gold. This wasn't even enough to pay for a bronze challenge. Hence, after entering the Colosseum, Shi Feng spent the 2 million credits he won from Luo Tiancheng and bought 20,000 gold from a few merchant players. He would use this money as his starting capital in the miniature ancient world. After acquiring his starting capital, Shi Feng headed straight for the 5th floor. The 5th floor only housed a few arenas, and each one was almost the size of 2 football fields. Currently, in one of the few arenas, a player was fighting against 10 8-meter-tall, 4-armed sea giants. The player looked like an infant in front of these sea giants. Moreover, these sea giants possessed a special bloodline, and even the weakest among them was a level 100 Great Lord, while the strongest was a level 100 Grand Lord. There was no doubt that the sea giants had the upper hand when it came to speed and power. So, the player fighting these sea giants dared not confront the sea giants head-on at all. To make matters worse, all 10 sea giants were armed, with some of them wielding shields, some wielding longbows, some wielding spears, and some wielding greatswords. They also synchronized their movements with each other, moving as if they were of one body. They attacked the player continuously, giving the player no opportunities to catch his breath. The player would be besieged from all sides should he make even the slightest error while dodging. Eventually, faced with this constant pressure, the player wearing epic set equipment crumbled in less than 20 seconds, his body perishing to an arrow the size of a ballista bolt. That's another one. Isn't the epic challenge's difficulty a little too high? I know that guy, and he's a tier 4 expert who had long since reached the refinement realm already. Yet he didn't even last 30 seconds. Can anyone even survive the 1-minute requirement? That's right. Over 100 Tier 4 experts have taken the challenge already, yet none managed to succeed. It seems we'll have no choice but to go for the gold challenge instead. A gold mana body is plenty good already. Some Tier 5 experts only have silver mana bodies. After seeing one expert after another fail the epic challenge, the thousands of experts present started changing their minds about going for the epic challenge. However, just when some of the experts present were about to leave for the 4th floor, the spectators on the other side of the hall suddenly burst into gasps and cheers, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. On the other side of the hall, a beautiful woman with her silver hair tied into a ponytail slowly walked out of the arenas there. The woman was clad in seductive black leather armor and wielded 2 crescent scimitars in her hands. As the woman left the arena, the words "challenge successful," a rank, appeared above the arena. What? Someone succeeded. Crap, a rank. She lasted 2 minutes. Who is that person? I know her. She's the first-rate Guild Mysterious Moon's Nightingale Zhuyalan. She's the vice-commander of Mysterious Moon's 3rd Legion. I heard that she was only half a step away from reaching Tier 5. I didn't think she would come to the miniature ancient world as well. The spectating crowd was in disbelief when they saw the silver-haired woman named Zhuyalan completing her challenge. They also couldn't help but grow envious of the woman. After all, her success meant that she had earned an opportunity to construct an epic mana body for herself. For an expert of Zhuyalan's caliber, if she could successfully construct an epic mana body, then her future would be limitless. While the spectating crowd discussed Zhuyalan's success, several experts from Mysterious Moon excitedly approached the silver-haired woman. "You're amazing, Big Sis Zhuya!" a female oracle dressed in white robes exclaimed as she looked at Zhuyalan with sparkling eyes. "You're the first person to ever pass this epic challenge. With this, our guild will become famous in 100 Flow City. It's only the challenge that I completed. It's no big deal. The important part has yet to come," Zhuyalan said, smiling while shaking her head. She did not grow prideful over her recent success at all. This was because completing the challenge was only the first step to reconstructing her mana body. The truly difficult part was the actual reconstruction of her mana body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. However, despite Zhuyalan's words, many of the experts present in the hall still approached her to strike up a conversation and ask for pointers. Everyone present was well aware of the epic challenge's difficulty, and it definitely wasn't as easy as Zhuyalan made it out to be. Meanwhile, during the time the many experts were crowding around Zhuyalan, Shifeng approached an unoccupied arena in the hall. Each challenge costs 500 gold. The arena's manager, a level 150, Tier 4 NPC, indifferently said to Shifeng, "You will receive varying rewards depending on the evaluation of your challenge. Do you wish to proceed?" "Here's the money," Shifeng said, nodding. He then handed 500 gold to the manager and walked into the arena. Chapter 2934 Expert? Chapter 8 Expert? 100 Flow City, Coliseum, one of the epic challenges arenas. Along with her successful challenge, Zhuyalan became the topic of discussion for everyone in the Coliseum. Many of the various first-rate guild's peak experts present also looked at her with envy. Among the crowd in the 5th floor hall, a girl wearing light blue armor and carrying 2 long swords around her waist stared at Zhuyalan from a distance. A look of worship on her face, the girl with her hair tied into double ponytails exclaimed, "Big Sis Nightingale is so amazing!" As expected of the genius who's on par with our academy's director Lin, now that she has cleared the epic challenge, it seems she's certain to set foot into this year's A-League. In the 10 years God's Domain had been in operation, all sorts of combat tournaments revolving around the game had been created. Among these many tournaments, the Professional League could be considered the most popular tournament. The Professional League was something countless experts aspired to participate in. This was because the Professional League was a place for players to display their skills to the innumerable players of God's Domain. The tournament garnered well over 10 billion spectators each year, and the revenue it generated was astronomical. The Professional League was divided into multiple stages: preliminaries, B-League, A-League, and lastly, the 10 Saints League. Meanwhile, the top 10 winners of the tournament would be officially recognized as the Sacred 10 of God's Domain. Setting aside becoming one of the Sacred 10, anyone capable of setting foot into the A-League would already be considered a peak existence in God's Domain, their names capable of sending tremors throughout the continent. However, after the girl's exclamation, the gray-robed, middle-aged man standing beside the girl dismissively said, "You don't need to envy her, Lingling. Setting aside the fact that your sister is also close to reaching the A-League, you yourself possess talent rivaling your sister's. With the Dazzling Wave workshop support, it is only a matter of time you enter the A-League as well." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wu Lingling bitterly smiled and shook her head, saying, "You think too highly of me, Uncle Gon. I'm not even qualified to participate in the Professional League's preliminaries right now, let alone reaching the A-League. You don't need to be so humble, Lingling. When your elder sister first joined the God's Domain Academy, she had to undergo 1 month of training under our vice commander before she managed to reach the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. You, on the other hand, achieved this without receiving such training," Gan Yuan, the middle-aged elementalist, said confidently. "Now, you have even become one of Dazzling Wave's seeded talents. Otherwise, the vice commander wouldn't have let me come here in person. This really is a misunderstanding, Uncle Gon. I only managed to reach the 5th floor's middle stage because of Instructor Shi's guidance. Otherwise, I would have needed to train for much longer, Wu Lingling earnestly explained. Originally, she had not been receiving much attention from the Dazzling Wave workshop. Yet, because of her results in the God's Domain Academy's admission test, she had immediately become one of the workshop's seeded talents. The workshop had even officially recruited her as a member and sent Gan Yuan, a Tier 4 expert, to train her. Wu Lingling was naturally happy that a first-rate guild like Dazzling Wave could value her. However, she also knew that her achievements weren't all to her natural talent, but Shi Feng's guidance instead. As proof, everyone Shi Feng had taught outside the testing hall had made significant improvements. She was merely one out of many. Stop being humble, Lingling. I understand that you place a lot of importance on bonds, Gan Yuan said. The more he looked at Wu Lingling's humble behavior, the more he liked the girl. He had seen many talents in his life, yet almost every one of them had a little arrogance in their behavior. For Wu Lingling to be so well-behaved and humble despite being so gifted was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Then Gan Yuan continued, Since I've already come here, I'll make sure that Instructor Shi of yours receives plenty of benefits. I heard that Shadow has dismissed him and has even sent some veteran employees to keep an eye on him. He'll probably have a difficult life in the future if this keeps up. However, if I bring it up with Shadow, I believe he'll be fine from now on. As for your future lessons, you just need to follow me in this miniature ancient world. Uncle Yuan, isn't this against the rules? I finally became a student of the academy. I've also apprenticed under Instructor Shi. If I keep training with you, I'm afraid many people in the academy will speak badly of Instructor Shi, Wu Lingling said in disagreement. How about I train under you after I pass the preliminaries, become a professional player, and formally join Dazzling Wave? There were many precedents of the God's Domain Academy's students joining a guild while still a student. However, these students would generally only do so after successfully qualifying for the professional league's preliminaries. This was because of the regulations the academy had set up to prevent the various powers from rampantly snatching talents. According to the academy's rules, students would either have to graduate from the academy or qualify for the professional league before joining any guild. Before students met either of these conditions, they would have to study under the academy's instructors. Although many guilds would secretly start to cultivate the talents they prioritized even before these talents met the academy's requirements, these guilds typically did so in secret. If guilds blatantly nurtured their unqualified talents, it would be a huge disrespect to the academy and the instructors involved. Don't worry, Lingling. I came here specifically to talk with that Shi Feng. I believe he will be more than happy to cooperate once he hears me out, Gan Yuan confidently said while caressing his goatee. Before meeting up with Wu Lingling, Gan Yuan had already conducted a thorough investigation on Shi Feng and found out that the other party was merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. Moreover, even at his peak, Shi Feng was only a Tier 3 expert who hadn't even reached the refinement realm. He was nothing but an insignificant existence in God's domain. In comparison, Gan Yuan was a Tier 4 refinement realm expert. Any smart person would eagerly try to curry favor with him. This Wu Lingling was momentarily at a loss for words. Having a Tier 4 refinement realm expert serving as a personal instructor was indeed something many students in the God's Domain Academy looked forward to. However, for some inexplicable reason, Wu Lingling did not think that Shi Feng would be in any way inferior to Gan Yuan when it came to instructing students. Unfortunately, Wu Lingling didn't have a say in this matter. Her elder sister, Wu Xiao, had acquired this opportunity for her and even told her to cherish it. After all, Tier 4 experts were considered mainstays in first-rate guilds, and every one of them was incredibly busy. These experts usually didn't even have time to instruct the guild's new members, let alone provide one-on-one guidance to someone who hadn't even formally joined the guild. "Let's stop talking about this," Gan Yuan said, interrupting Wu Lingling's thoughts when she saw the girl's hesitance. By the way, where is that instructor sure of yours right now? What's his ID? Didn't he say to meet here? I'm not sure. Instructor sure only said to wait for him in the Colosseum's 5th floor, Wu Lingling said, shaking her head. Then she quickly typed out a message and sent it to Shifeng, asking for his whereabouts. A moment later, she received a reply and read it. Instructor Sure just replied, his ID is Black Flame, and he says he is preparing to enter Arena number 3. He'll come to meet us once he's done with his challenge. Black Flame. Gan Yuan frowned, feeling dissatisfied with Shifeng's behavior. Then he sneered and said, since he's taking the challenge in Arena number 3, we'll meet him there. I also can use this opportunity to see how capable he is. The players in 100 Flow City capable of passing the Colosseum's epic challenge probably numbered only a handful. Shifeng was nothing but a Tier 3 expert who hadn't reached the refinement realm at his peak, let alone completing the epic challenge. He would have difficulty even completing the silver challenge. When Gan Yuan and Wu Lingling arrived before Arena No. 3, the challenge in the arena had already begun, and many players in the 5th floor hall had come to watch. There were only 8 arenas in the Epic Challenges Hall, and each challenge cost 500 gold. In a situation where coins were limited, even frontline experts wouldn't recklessly take on the Epic Challenge. Instead, they would first watch other people take on the Epic Challenge and learn from their attempts. Along with the start of Shifeng's challenge, 10 sea giants wearing tattered armor appeared in the blood-stained arena. As soon as these sea giants appeared, they immediately sprung into an attack. 3 bow-wielding sea giants sealed off Shifeng's escape routes with arrows. 2 shield-bearers charged straight at Shifeng to force him into revealing weak points. 3 sword-bearers executed a flurry of sword strikes, and 2 spear-bearers waited for an opportunity to strike. The sea giants had distinctly divided their responsibilities, and their movements were in sync with one another. They left no room for their opponent to catch a breather, and their assault was unrelenting. Thanks to Shifeng, many of the spectating players got to experience the sea giants' accurate and vicious 3-pronged assault once more. What a crazy guy! He came here to take on the challenge right after recreating his account. He didn't even bother getting a single piece of epic equipment. He's probably here to test the waters. Even so, he looks quite skilled. It's been 10 seconds already, yet the sea giants still haven't managed to corner him. I think he won't have any problems lasting 20 or 30 seconds. 30? Are you kidding me? I say he'll last 20 seconds at best. The challenge's difficulty ramps up every 15 seconds. Each of those archers is only firing 2 to 3 arrows at a time right now, but after the 15-second mark, they'll be firing 4 to 5. Although the arrows the sea giants fired would have their power decreased along with the increase of their arrow count, even the weakest arrow carried the power of a level 100 Great Lord. That wasn't something a player without a single piece of epic equipment could receive without flinching. Not to mention, Shifeng was fully geared in secret silver armor only. If even one of those arrows landed on him, he would be knocked back and have his posture ruined. At that time, he would open himself to the attacks. Gan Yuan also nodded in agreement with the other spectators' comments. Gan Yuan had watched the sea giants' 3-pronged assault many times already, so he knew very well how powerful the group of sea giants was. So long as players allowed themselves to get cornered by the 3 archers, the true nightmare would begin. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling watched Shifeng weaving around the stone pillars in the arena while dodging the sea giants' arrows, anxiety overwhelmed her. Shifeng dodged every arrow only by a hair's breadth. He had evidently reached his limit already. So long as the number of arrows he faced increased by a few, he would certainly die. Subsequently, the seconds ticked by one after another. When the challenge reached the 15-second mark, the 3 bow-wielding sea giants suddenly changed their rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the 3 archers launched a total of 14 arrows from 3 separate directions. Moreover, apart from the arrows, each of the remaining 7 sea giants had also positioned themselves beside a pillar near Shifeng. So long as Shifeng dared try to use the pillars to shield himself from the arrows, they would be ready to strike at him. It's over. Gan Yuan smiled as he looked at Shifeng. Wu Lingling, on the other hand, clenched her fists and looked at Shifeng with a heavy gaze. At this moment, even an ordinary expert like her could tell that there was no way Shifeng could dodge those 14 arrows. And even if he desperately evaded himself, 3 or 4 arrows should still strike him. He would need to actively defend himself with his weapon if he wanted to neutralize this threat. However, Shifeng's current equipment was... However, when the 14 arrows were less than 10 yards, Shifeng suddenly switched his footwork, his body's movements accelerating by a large margin. From afar, it looked as if his body had accelerated from rest to lightning speed in an instant, then instantaneously returned to rest once again. Moreover, Shifeng was repeating this cycle one after another. The sight was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, through this series of stops and movements, Shifeng weaved through the 14 arrows like flowing water, letting none of the arrows hit him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Impossible. What did he do? The spectating players in the arena momentarily fell silent as they stared at Shifeng. The player who said that Shifeng wouldn't last more than 20 seconds before even had his mouth full, wide open. Chapter 2935, Astonishing Sword. Chapter 9, Astonishing Sword, Formless Water? Gan Yuan muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief when he saw Shifeng dodging the arrows in the arena. Formless water? Wu Lingling curiously looked at Gan Yuan when she overheard his mutterings. This was the first time she had heard of the term formless water. Right, this is the rumored formless water. Crap, who is this guy? Shouldn't formless water be an ultimate move that only geniuses at the flowing water realm can master? Amazing. I only saw this move twice in last year's A-League, but this guy's evasive maneuvers look even more natural than those 2 people. Could he be some superpowers big shot here to have some fun? Initially, most of the experts present had failed to discern the identity of Shifeng's evasive technique. However, when some of the nearby experts overheard Gan Yuan's mutterings, realization quickly dawned upon them. Simultaneously, they also grew curious to find out Shifeng's identity. Instructor Shi is amazing. Meanwhile, when Wu Lingling overheard the nearby experts' exclamations, excitement filled her heart. She never thought that Shifeng was such a powerful expert. Although Wu Lingling didn't know how amazing the formless water technique was, based on the surrounding experts' comments, the technique was something only experts at the flowing water realm or above could execute. Meanwhile, flowing water realm experts were much more powerful than refinement realm experts. If a flowing water realm expert chose to join a first-rate guild, this person would be given an executive position at the very least. Not to mention, from what she had overheard, not all flowing water realm experts could master the formless water technique. Instead, only experts capable of qualifying for the professional league's A-League could do so. The A-League, that was a realm that her elder sister was constantly seeking to reach. However, even until now, her elder sister was still half a step from reaching it. Yet, now, Shifeng had revealed that he had already reached this realm. Impossible. He is merely the former guild leader of a second-rate guild. There is no way he can master such a profound technique. Gan Yuan instinctively shook his head and denied his conjecture. Then he said in a determined tone, "This must be an advanced combat technique resembling formless water. There is no way it can be the true formless water. 15 seconds. At most, he will deplete his stamina and concentration after 15 seconds from using such a combat technique." Formless water was an ultimate move that tested the level of control players had over their bodies. Only by having superb control over one's body could one execute this technique. However, it was a different story if Shifeng had executed one of the many combat techniques found in God's domain. These in-game combat techniques could allow players to exhibit effects resembling skills and spells, or even combat standards of a higher realm. For the average expert, the combat techniques they would typically come across could be categorized into basic and advanced combat techniques. And unlike skills and spells, these combat techniques did not have a cooldown, and neither did they cost any mana to use. Instead, players only needed to expend a significant amount of their stamina and concentration to use these combat techniques. In the case of combat techniques that could allow their users to exhibit combat standards at the Flowing Water Realm, they were typically considered advanced combat techniques. However, if a Tier 3 player tried using an advanced combat technique, it would place a huge burden on their stamina and concentration. Thus, it was unlikely that Shifeng could continue struggling for much longer. Ganyuan also dismissed any possibilities of Shifeng executing the actual formless water technique. After all, Shifeng was merely a Tier 3 player who couldn't get promoted to Tier 4 even at his peak. There was no way he could master an ultimate move like formless water. It should be known that Flowing Water Realm experts were existences that even God's domain's various superpowers welcomed with open arms. If Shifeng was a Flowing Water Realm expert, there was no way a second-rate guild like Shadow would dismiss him. An advanced combat technique? Wu Lingling couldn't help but doubt Ganyuan's explanation. After all, Shifeng's movements were like flowing water as he dodged the sea giant's arrows. Moreover, he showed no signs of exhaustion even until now, so it didn't seem like he was exerting himself when executing those movements. "You'll see soon enough," Ganyuan confidently said and nodded. In the meantime, Shifeng could be seen moving about the arena like a ghost. Not only did he effortlessly evade the arrows flying toward him, but he also evaded the other sea giant's offensive like flowing water. Moreover, Shifeng would sometimes even use the sea giants charging at him as shields against the incoming arrows, making dodging even easier. Before anyone realized it, 15 seconds had already passed since the challenge had begun. At this point, every expert present in the hall had their eyes focused on Shifeng's movements. During the past 15 seconds, every move Shifeng made was a textbook example. He had dodged every attack sent at him with minimal movement, and he had utilized the surrounding environment to maximize his advantage. How is this possible? Ganyuan was dumbfounded when he saw that Shifeng showed no signs of tiring. Since Shifeng began his challenge, Ganyuan counted at least 24 movement techniques. Even a Tier 4 expert would feel tired after using 24 advanced combat techniques consecutively. Yet, Shifeng behaved no differently than when he started his challenge. Before Ganyuan could recover from his shock, the 10 sea giants in the arena suddenly increased their offensive. Not only did the 3 bowbears fire 18 arrows simultaneously, but the 3 swordbearers also activated a Tier 3 skill. Tier 3 skill, Spatial Fissure. Immediately, the 3 swordbearers brandished their blades. Every swing they executed creating energy blades that reached up to 50 yards away. The energy blades carried so much power that they could even bisect the stone pillars situated around the arena. When the spectating experts saw the storm of energy blades that filled the arena, a grim look appeared on their faces. Thus far, most of the Epic Challenge's challengers had failed at this stage. Even someone wielding an epic weapon wouldn't be able to block those energy blades without getting pushed back. To make matters worse, the wide coverage of those energy blades made it incredibly difficult to dodge them. Unless one possessed powerful life-saving skills, one would fall to those energy blades in no time at all. "It seems that person won't last for much longer, Big Sis Joie," the female oracle standing beside Zhuyalan said, sighing. Although Zhuyalan didn't say anything in response, she still silently agreed with her companion's words. Past the 30-second mark, the Epic Challenge would no longer test the equipment standard of players. Instead, it tested players' mastery over their skills and spells. However, judging by Shurfeng's equipment, he was someone who had entered the miniature ancient world by recreating his account. If that was the case, he wouldn't have learned any powerful tier 3 skills or spells at all. For him to take on the epic challenge in such a state was simply a joke. The next moment, the timer displayed above the arena jumped to its 33rd second. Immediately afterward, an energy blade flew straight at Shurfeng, who was in the midst of evading several oncoming arrows. The energy blade left no room for Shurfeng to avoid it, and Shurfeng's only option was to receive it. It seems this is the end. The spectators shook their heads when they looked at the 10-meter-wide energy blade. Even a Tier 3 berserker fully equipped in epic equipment and wielding an epic weapon would lose 50% of their HP if they received an energy blade with their weapon. If Shurfeng tried to receive the energy blade in his Tier 3 starter set, the energy blade would kill him instantly. Just as the energy blade was about to devour Shurfeng finally unsheathed the silver sword hanging beside his waist. Then he brandished the sword against the oncoming energy blade. Break! Shurfeng let out a low roar. Immediately, the long sword in his right hand split into 6 afterimages that moved to meet the approaching energy blade. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes, 5 slashes, 6 slashes. The 6 afterimages landed on the same spot one after another. Then the energy blade miraculously deviated from its original path and flew toward a shield-bearing sea giant. Boom! The energy blade sent the shield-bearing sea giant flying. Meanwhile, Shurfeng remained perfectly unharmed. This sudden development silenced the entire hall momentarily, and only after a second had passed did the spectating experts gasp and snap out of their daze. Crap, that's the 6 extreme slashes. He knows how to use Miracle Dragon's trademark move. His 6 extreme slashes look so similar to the real deal. Could he be the sword freak himself? Practically everyone in God's domain knew of Miracle Dragon, the sword freak. He was in existence, standing at the apex of God's domain. Meanwhile, one of the main contributors to his fame was the technique 6 extreme slashes. Miracle Dragon had defeated countless experts by relying on this move. Who is he? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this point, even Gan Yuan, who knew about Shurfeng's identity, couldn't help but gasp. The shock he currently felt could no longer be described using words. It was true that Miracle Dragon wasn't the only person in God's domain who could execute the 6 extreme slashes. However, it was also a fact that every person who had mastered this move was in existence capable of shaking God's domain with their name. Before Gan Yuan could recover from his shock, Shurfeng continued executing 6 extreme slashes one time after another to deflect the sea giant's attacks. Moreover, he did so until the 1-minute time limit was up. Meanwhile, as soon as the challenge ended, the following words appeared above the arena. Challenge successful, S rank. Chapter 2936. Fame begins to spread. Chapter 10. Fame begins to spread, S rank. Mysterious Moon's Nightingale barely managed to keep her HP at 80% even when she's fully equipped in epic equipment. How can a Tier 3 newbie like him take no damage whatsoever? Could he be some super guild's big shot here to experience the life of a newbie? I doubt that's the case. I heard that the various superpowers big shots are currently preparing to go up against the Outer World's apex experts. How would any of them have the time to retrain an account? He must be a superpowers big shot. Otherwise, how can he execute Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes with such proficiency? Shurfeng's performance had dumbfounded the spectating players in the hall. Everyone was also curious to find out Shurfeng's true identity. They were more interested in his identity than the fact that he had just gotten an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge. However, When Feng got teleported out of the arena, he paid no attention to the crowd talking about him. Instead, he calmly made his way to the NPC manager managing his arena to retrieve his rewards. Your performance was outstanding. You are the first to have completed the challenge unharmed in 100 Flow City's Coliseum in the past few decades, the Tier 4 NPC said, a hint of respect appearing in his eyes as he looked at Feng. Then he retrieved an exquisite crystal box from the container beside him and handed it to Feng, saying, "Here is your reward. Apart from the demon god's blood necessary to construct an epic mana body, there is also a Colosseum Master's insignia for 100 Flow City inside. From now on, you are a VIP of 100 Flow City, and you will get to enjoy the privileges of a noble in the city." A noble's treatment? Feng was slightly surprised when he took out the golden lion insignia from the crystal box. The process of becoming a noble in the miniature ancient world's NPC cities was much more tedious compared to the outside world's NPC cities. The average city here required players to accumulate 500 contribution points through completing quests, and each quest only awarded around 3 to 5 points. Meanwhile, after becoming an NPC city's noble, players could enjoy certain privileges, such as the right to buy land and shops. This privilege was especially important since players without noble status could not purchase lands and shops in the miniature ancient world. This restriction was also why, despite many guilds and adventure teams entering the miniature ancient world, nobody had managed to acquire any land or shops in 100 Flow City even until now. This saves me a lot of trouble. Feng couldn't help but smile when he looked at the Colosseum Master's insignia. In his current state, he would have difficulty competing with the various large guilds for resources, even in the newly opened miniature ancient world. After all, there was strength in numbers. The various large guilds also had numerous experts under their command. Meanwhile, if one did not have sufficient resources in God's domain, let alone advancing through the tiers, even leveling up quickly would become a problem. The resources one consumed increased with each subsequent tier they advanced in God's domain. For this reason, most independent experts without powerful backers would choose to join a guild after struggling by themselves for a certain period. Otherwise, they could kiss their progress goodbye. Needless to say, hardly anyone in God's domain would refuse to make progress when given the opportunity. After all, one's status and standing in God's domain would improve dramatically with each tier one ascended. If a player managed to become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert, they could receive VIP treatment from even world-class corporations in the real world. In God's domain, they would become existences capable of vaporizing an entire city with a single attack. Even flattening a kingdom consisting of several hundred cities wasn't out of the question. However, Feng currently had nothing in both the real world and in the world of God's domain. The current funds he had were also far from enough to let him improve his physical fitness in the real world, let alone helping him return to Tier 6 in God's domain. Thus, acquiring resources in God's domain became a must for Feng. Originally, Feng had been pondering how he could go about becoming a noble in 100 Flow City as quickly as possible and securing himself a shop in 100 Flow City before the various guilds. Now he no longer had to worry about these problems. Whether in the real world or God's domain, real estate was the mother of wealth. Now that countless players had swarmed into the miniature ancient world, so long as he could secure some land and shops in 100 Flow City, he wouldn't have to worry about making money in the future. Subsequently, Feng wore the Colosseum Master's insignia and approached Wu Lingling, who stood nearby. Currently, Wu Lingling had her eyes glued to the S-rank evaluation displayed above arena number 3, an indescribable sense of joy and excitement coloring her eyes. Meanwhile, Gan Yuan, the gray-robed middle-aged man standing beside her, wore a complicated look on his face. Even until now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock of witnessing Feng's battle. Gan Yuan dared not and could not believe this outcome. According to the intelligence report Gan Yuan received, Feng was nothing but the abandoned guild leader of Shadow, a second-rate guild. Moreover, even at his peak, Shifeng had only reached Tier 3. Yet now, not only did Shifeng come out unscathed after clashing with 10 powerful sea giants for 1 minute, but he had even shown astonishing mastery over Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. No matter how Ganyuan looked at it, Shifeng should be a mighty expert that shouldn't be underestimated. If speaking solely based on technique standards, Shifeng would be unmatched in Dazzle Wave, a first-rate guild. Yet, a guild like Shadow had banished such an expert because he was too weak? Did we get the wrong person? Ganyuan couldn't help but harbor such a thought. However, before Ganyuan could snap out of his daze, Shifeng approached them and looked at Wu Lingling apologetically, saying sorry for the wait. You seem to be in a hurry to look for me. Wu Lingling, do you have some urgent business with me? Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Wu Lingling glanced at Ganyuan before carefully saying, It's nothing big actually, Instructor Shi. Uncle Gan is just hoping to talk with you. Wu Lingling didn't wish to bring up the matter of Ganyuan replacing Shifeng as her instructor. After all, it was too disrespectful toward an instructor of the academy. Moreover, she felt that learning from Shifeng wasn't a bad idea either. 6 extreme slashes was the trademark move of Miracle Dragon, the person she idolized. It was also a combat technique she had constantly been thinking of learning. Now that Shifeng had shown himself to have incredible mastery over the technique, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for her to learn it. However, her elder sister had gone out of her way to get Ganyuan to train her, and she couldn't simply ignore her elder sister's decisions. Thus, she decided that it was best to let Ganyuan bring up the troublesome matter instead. Talk with me. Hearing Wu Lingling's words, Shifeng turned toward Ganyuan and narrowed his eyes. Then he smiled and asked, May I know what business Brother Gan has with me? Are you perhaps here to discuss Wu Lingling's future education with me? Wu Lingling's talents were clear for all to see. There was no way the guild Wu Xiao belonged to wouldn't be interested in such a talent. Although recruiting Wu Lingling shortly after she joined the God's Domain Academy would be going against the Academy's rules, the benefits far outweigh the risks. If Dazzle Wave could recruit Wu Lingling before she developed, not only could the guild better develop her potential, but doing so would also increase Wu Lingling's loyalty to the guild. Meanwhile, as soon as Shifeng spoke up, Ganyuan's expression immediately turned awkward. He didn't think that the person before him was the instructor Shi he was looking for. To make matters worse, Shifeng had even seen through his thoughts. For a time, Ganyuan was at a loss for words. Originally, Ganyuan had planned to simply greet Shifeng and forget about Wu Lingling's matter. After all, offending a Tier 3 expert with no background and offending an expert who had acquired an S-rank evaluation in the Colosseum's Epic Challenge were two entirely different things. Right now, Ganyuan wanted nothing more than to beat up the person responsible for collecting information on Shifeng. However, Ganyuan was an executive of a first-rate guild. He had experienced many crests and troughs during his career in God's domain. Although he felt very embarrassed on the inside, he behaved as if nothing had happened on the outside. With a bright smile on his face, he said, You jest, Instructor Shi. All academies associated with God's domain have a common rule, prohibiting organizations from poaching talents in advance. Although Dazzle Wave isn't a superpower, it is still a first-rate guild in God's domain, so we strictly abide by the rules. I am only here this time because I have long since heard of your great name. I never got the opportunity to meet you, so I asked Lingling to introduce me. Please don't misunderstand my intentions, Instructor Shi. Wu Lingling couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she heard Ganyuan's words. She looked at the man as if she was meeting him for the first time. I see. Shifeng nodded. Then his expression brightened up a little as he said, However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Brother Gan. I am merely a Tier 3 player that Shadow has banished. How can I possibly enter the eyes of a first-rate guild like Dazzle Wave? Gan Yuan awkwardly laughed when he heard Shi Feng's words. He also quietly wiped the sweat dripping down from his forehead. Although Shi Feng hadn't said anything hostile, Gan Yuan felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast capable of seeing through all lies. When he looked at Shi Feng's faint smile and calm eyes, he saw no signs of a downtrodden man in his 30s whatsoever. Is he only the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild? Gan Yuan wondered as he looked at Shi Feng. In Gan Yuan's opinion, Shi Feng's insightfulness and the oppressive feeling he gave off far superior to those of even Dazzle Wave's guild leader. When standing in front of Shi Feng, Gan Yuan felt no different than a child. When Gan Yuan was about to say something, a group of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem suddenly approached Shi Feng. Why are they here? Gan Yuan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw these players. Out of the dozen or so Mysterious Moon members standing before him, every one of them was fully equipped in level 150 epic equipment. Moreover, the dense killing intent they radiated deterred even the many experts present in the hall from approaching them. At a glance, Gan Yuan could tell that these Mysterious Moon members were battle-hardened experts, and he couldn't help but feel frightened when standing in their presence. Zhui Yalan, the leader of the group, gave off an especially bone-chilling aura. Gan Yuan felt as if he was standing within a cave made out of ice when he stood beside her, and he dared not loosen his guard even for a moment. Before Gan Yuan could react to the situation, Zhui Yalan stepped closer to Shi Feng and started scrutinizing him with an enchanting smile on her face. Then, she enthusiastically introduced herself. Hello, I am Nightingale from Mysterious Moon. Your performance just now has truly amazed me. Can I ask for the opportunity to treat you to a drink? Zhui Yalan's voice was as beautiful as an aureole's, and her actions carried both a lady's charm and bold enthusiasm. Many of the male players present were instantly captivated by her, and they couldn't help but look at Shi Feng with eyes full of envy. Meanwhile, Wu Lingling gaped in shock in this situation, her eyes filled with disbelief as she switched her gaze between her idol Zhui Yalan and Shi Feng. Zhui Yalan was the prided genius of Mysterious Moon, a first-rate guild. She was also the vice-commander of Mysterious Moon's main force. She was even being nurtured as a potential vice-guild leader candidate in the guild. There was no doubt that she was a core executive in Mysterious Moon. As icing on the cake, Zhui Yalan also possessed an enchanting body and exquisite face. Many young talents from the various superpowers had once sought to pursue Zhui Yalan. However, the number of invitations Zhui Yalan accepted numbered less than a handful. Yet, now, Zhui Yalan was taking the initiative to invite Shi Feng out for a drink. Even the vice-guild leaders and guild leaders of other first-rate guilds were unlikely to receive such treatment. Hello, Miss Nightingale. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Zhui Yalan. He had somewhat an impression of the woman before him, since she was quite the celebrity in God's Domain's professional league. Many superpowers had tried recruiting her before, but she had refused all invitations and chose to remain in Mysterious Moon. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will have to turn down your invitation since I am very busy right now. If you wish to have a drink, we can do so on another day. Of course, if you wish to discuss business with me, I very much welcome it. You are as great as I imagined you to be, Mr. Blackflame. Zhui Yalan's smile deepened. She wasn't at all surprised to hear Shi Feng refusing her invitation. I'll get straight to the point then. I highly admire your skills. Thus, I would like to invite you to join me in besieging the Dark Moon outpost 10 days later. As for remuneration, feel free to name your price. Besieging the Dark Moon outpost? Realization dawned upon Gan Yuan when he heard Zhui Yalan's offer. The miniature ancient world was filled with a type of hostile energy that corroded players' bodies. This energy was much more hostile than ones found on the main continent, thus reducing the amount of time players could spend outside the safety of NPC cities even further. To make matters worse, mounts originating from the main continent couldn't be used here, so players could only travel across maps by foot. This greatly restricted players' range of activity and exploration progress of the miniature ancient world. Fortunately, there was a solution to this problem. Mana outposts were located all across the miniature ancient world, and players could use the environment and facilities in these outposts to dispel the hostile energy in their bodies. Although the effectiveness of these outposts wasn't comparable to NPC cities, players could still use these outposts to increase their range of activity by a significant margin. Thus, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that whoever controlled these mana outposts controlled the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, a battle for control over these mana outposts would be hosted once a month, and among the many mana outposts out there, the Darkmoon Outpost was located closest to Hundred Flow City. Hence, practically every guild based in Hundred Flow City had their eyes set on the Darkmoon Outpost. However, there was a participation limit for the battle over the Darkmoon Outpost. To participate in the battle, players had to acquire a permission token dropped by specific targets scattered across the wild, and only 5,000 of such tokens would drop each month. If every guild in Hundred Flow City competed for these tokens, each guild could only acquire a small amount. Meanwhile, in such a small-scale battle, the role a powerful expert could play was massive. After pondering for a moment, Sherfong smiled at Zhuyalan and said, "I am interested in your offer. However, I have two conditions." Zhuyalan was a little surprised by Sherfeng's response. She didn't think that Sherfong would agree so readily. Then she revealed a seductive smile and generously said, "Please speak, Mr. Blackflame." "For my first condition, if we win, I hope to acquire the rights to a large shop in the Darkmoon Outpost," Sherfong stated in a definitive tone. This, Zhuyalan hesitated a little when she heard Sherfeng's condition. Immediately, the tall and robust man standing behind Zhuyalan glared at Sherfong and said, "Our vice commander is sincerely extending an invitation to you, Mr. Blackflame. You are only participating by yourself, so don't you think you're asking a little too much? A mana outpost only has 6 shops, and only one of them is a large shop." The other mysterious moon experts also nodded in agreement. They also felt that Sherfong was going too far in his demands. However, Sherfong didn't mind their reactions and continued, "This brings us to my second condition. I won't be participating alone. Instead, I hope you can prepare 31 slots for us." 31 slots. Zhuyalan was a little surprised, not expecting Sherfong to already have his own team. However, after thinking it over, she found this situation to be reasonable. After all, how could such a powerful expert not have a team to support him? Immediately, she nodded and said, "All right, if you can help Mysterious Moon achieve victory, I can agree to give you a large shop, Mr. Blackflame." Afterward, Sherfong signed a contract with Zhuyalan via the main god system. So long as Mysterious Moon acquired the Darkmoon Outpost, Sherfong would gain the rights to the outpost's largest shop. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, as their interaction had attracted a lot of attention. Zhuyalan didn't continue chatting with Sherfong after signing the contract. Immediately, she left the Colosseum together with her team, leaving Sherfong, Ganyuan, and Wu Lingling behind. When Wu Lingling could no longer see Zhuyalan in the hall, she quietly asked Sherfong, "Instructor Sher, about the 31-man team you mentioned, don't tell me you're talking about me and the other new students?" Wu Lingling had a rough idea of Sherfeng's situation. So, when she heard the head count of 31, she couldn't help but grow worrisome. "What do you think?" In response, Sherfong gave Wu Lingling a look and chuckled before leaving the Colosseum as well. Chapter 2937, Reconstructing Mana Body. Chapter 11, Reconstructing Mana Body. Even after Sherfong had left the Colosseum, it took a long time for Wu Lingling to come back to her senses. "What are your thoughts on Instructor Sher's words, Uncle Gon? Do you think he really intends to have us, students, participate in the battle for the Darkmoon Outpost?" Wu Lingling asked as she looked at Gan Yuan, her heart filled with anxiety and excitement. The Dark Moon Outpost was a stronghold that every guild based in 100 Flow City sought to obtain. Meanwhile, because of the limited number of people that could participate in the actual competition, every participating guild would undoubtedly be sending their strongest members to represent them. Although many of God's Domain's guilds did not send their truly powerful experts to develop in the miniature ancient world, some of the larger guilds should not have any problems dispatching peak experts to fight for the Dark Moon Outpost. In the case of first-rate guilds, even the weakest member they sent would most likely be first-rate experts that were capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 7th floor. In comparison, most of the students apprenticed under Shi Feng hadn't even reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor. With their strength, they couldn't even serve as cannon fodder if they participated in the competition. Of course, Wu Lingling couldn't rule out the possibility that Shi Feng was trying to widen their horizons. After all, it was rare to see battles involving thousands of powerful experts in God's domain, let alone participate in one. If budding players like them could take part in such a battle, it would significantly help their future development. However, as the first mana outpost one would encounter after leaving 100 Flow City, the Dark Moon Outpost held extraordinary significance to the various guilds. It was also why Zhui Yalan tried to recruit Shi Feng's help, even if it meant paying a steep cost. Only if Zhui Yalan were to find out that Shi Feng's so-called teammates were merely a bunch of freshmen from the God's Domain Academy, she would absolutely refuse Shi Feng's demand. If Mysterious Moon failed to occupy the Dark Moon Outpost, the entire guild would probably bear an eternal grudge against Shi Feng. After all, the 30 participation slots Shi Feng asked for could significantly impact the competition's outcome. Not to mention, Mysterious Moon had no lack of peak experts and first-rate experts to fill these slots. The guild wasn't so desperate as to seek freshman students as backup. "He is probably joking with you," Gan Yuan said, shaking his head and smiling. "There are only 5,000 participation slots in total, and there are more than 30 second-rate guilds and 7 first-rate guilds based in 100 Flow City. There are also numerous third-rate guilds and unrated guilds. A first-rate guild would be fortunate to even secure 300 slots. If he lets you students take up 10% of Mysterious Moon slots, Mysterious Moon might as well call it quits already." In Gan Yuan's opinion, there was no way an expert of Shi Feng's caliber would not know of the Dark Moon Outpost's significance. Even if he wanted to train his students, there was no need to do so during such a crucial event. Having the students participate in the competition would be no different than making an enemy out of Mysterious Moon. Although Shi Feng possessed great combat standards, even he would suffer if he angered a first-rate guild. After all, even Tier 5 experts dared not go up against first-rate guilds up front. Otherwise, they would have to face the pursuit of several Tier 5 experts. However, shortly after Gan Yuan finished speaking, Wu Lingling received a message that thoroughly dumbfounded her and Gan Yuan. "Is he insane?" Gan Yuan felt his mind falling into disarray when he read the message Wu Lingling shared with him. The message's content was simple. Shi Feng had appointed Wu Lingling as his class representative, and he had tasked her with contacting her classmates and gathering them in 100 Flow City's Blue Rose Bar in 8 hours. At the end of the message, Shi Feng had also stated that all students under him would be participating in the battle for the Dark Moon Outpost 10 days later. "What should I do, Uncle Gan?" Wu Lingling couldn't help but be scared by this situation. Should I ask Big Sis to send some experts over? Wu Lingling was truly afraid now that she was certain of Shi Feng's intentions. After all, what Shi Feng was doing was no different than playing with their lives. If this situation wasn't handled properly, all of them would be dragged down into the abyss. In response to Wu Lingling's question, Gan Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no point in doing that. Entering the miniature ancient world is equivalent to starting a new account. Not everyone is willing to take such a risk since there is no guarantee that they can return to and surpass their strongest state. Although the benefit of reconstructing one's mana body was indeed tempting, the mana body wasn't the only factor that affected a player's ability to ascend to higher tiers. There were still many other factors that had to be taken into account. Typically, only experts who had poor foundations and encountered very little fortuitous opportunities in God's domain would be willing to enter the miniature ancient world. Either that or the mana body they created was far from ideal. Take Gan Yuan, for example. He had only created a silver mana body with a 76% completion rate when he was at Tier 3. While it wasn't terrible, it wasn't good either. If he kept with that mana body, it was unlikely that he would ever reach Tier 5 in his lifetime. Thus, he had decided to enter the miniature ancient world. Not to mention, he could also nurture a budding talent like Wu Lingling and earn a favor from Wu Xiaoxiao, one of the top prodigies of the guild's younger generation. Apart from him, few of the guild's other Tier 4 experts were willing to enter the miniature ancient world. And for those who did enter the miniature ancient world, the guild had long since assigned them other important tasks. There was no way they'd be willing to make time to help a bunch of outsiders. Upon hearing Gan Yuan's words, Wu Lingling remembered that they were no longer on the main continent, but in the miniature ancient world instead. Here, even a prioritized talent like her elder sister would have difficulty mobilizing groups of experts. But you don't have to worry too much. I know a few skilled experts who have entered the miniature ancient world. If I give them a call, I'm sure we won't have any problems coping with the competition, Gan Yuan said, smiling when he saw Wu Lingling's crestfallen expression. However, I'll need you to talk things out with Instructor Shi first. Under normal circumstances, Gan Yuan wouldn't have bothered himself with such a troublesome matter. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's skills, he felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to befriend such a powerful expert. After all, it was rare for Tier 4 experts like Gan Yuan to come across an expert of Shi Feng's caliber. And even if he managed to come across such an expert, the other party wouldn't bother interacting with him. After all, they were standing on two completely different levels. Meanwhile, for experts like Gan Yuan, who were stuck at Tier 4, their only option to make further progress was to acquire more resources. However, the resources necessary were not things that measly Tier 4 experts could obtain. Only experts of Shi Feng's caliber could do so. Thus, now that there was an opportunity to befriend such an expert, Gan Yuan would naturally take it. Wu Lingling also nodded to Gan Yuan's request. 100 Flow City, City Hall. After leaving the Colosseum, Shi Feng had visited the City Hall and made his way up to the second floor. When Shi Feng arrived on the second floor, a blonde elven woman wearing black office-wear approached him. Then the woman pointed at a record book on a nearby coffee table and smiled, saying, "Greetings, sir. You can find all of 100 Flow Cities, vacant lands, and shops sold here. If you are interested in a particular land or shop, feel free to tell me. I will do my best to give you the best price." The record book was very thick. When Shi Feng flipped through the pages, he found that the number of lands and shops available in 100 Flow City far exceeded even that of royal capitals found on the main continent. Looking at all the available options, Shi Feng didn't know where to begin his search for his ideal shop. After looking through the record book for some time, Shi Feng gave up and asked, "Do you have any recommendations for shops in the central area?" There are 2 excellent shops in the central area. One is an advanced shop located near the main street. It has 7 floors, and it is selling for 45,000 gold. The other one is a hotel located near the teleportation hall. The hotel has 3 floors, and it is selling for 22,000 gold, the elven administrator said as she took out 2 projection crystals and activated them. These 2 locations have only gone up for sale starting this month. Whether it is their price or location, they are rare finds in 100 Flow City. Shi Feng couldn't help but be moved as he looked at the projected images. The lands and shops found in 100 Flow City's central area were exceptionally expensive. Even a basic shop sold for upwards of 30,000 gold, while vacant lands sold for upwards of 20,000 gold. Moreover, these prices only referred to small lands. Meanwhile, the two locations the administrator introduced both occupied medium lands. The fact that they're being sold for such a low price could be considered a hidden benefit to the first player to purchase shops and lands in 100 Flow City. Moreover, out of the two recommendations, one of them was even an advanced shop. If Sherfong could purchase this shop, he could make a fortune just by letting other players consign their items at the shop. Not to mention, an advanced shop would also come with its own specialty goods, and he could use these goods to earn a stable income. As for the hotel, it wasn't a bad option, either. Now that there were no guild residences in 100 Flow City yet, the only way players could accumulate the double EXP buff and accelerate their grinding speed would be to stay in hotels. Thus, Sherfong could also earn a significant income if he bought the hotel. Unfortunately, Sherfong lacked the coins to purchase even the hotel. Previously, he had spent 2 million credits to purchase 20,000 gold from a player merchant. Afterward, he had spent 500 gold in the Colosseum. Thus, he only had 19,500 gold in his bag right now. Can I get a discount if I decide to make a purchase? Sherfong asked as he looked at the administrator. The elven administrator pondered for a moment when she heard Sherfeng's question. Then she said, "You are the first person to have acquired 100 Flow City's Colosseum Master's insignia in the past few decades. If you decide to make a purchase, I can give you a 20% discount on one purchase." 20%. Sherfong was surprised. Originally, he thought it would be great if he could get even a 5% discount. He didn't think that the Colosseum Master's insignia would provide him with such an amazing benefit. "Okay, I'll take this hotel then," Sherfong said as he pointed at the 3-story hotel projected before him. Although the advanced shop was tempting, he currently lacked funds and resources. Thus, the hotel was his best option. Moreover, he still needed to guide a bunch of students. If he bought the hotel, he could save on their accommodation fees, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Very well. That will be 17,600 gold, the administrator said. You will also have to pay a monthly management fee of 1,000 gold for this hotel. If you fail to make payment for 3 consecutive months, we will be repossessing the hotel. Afterward, Sherfong decisively paid 17,600 gold to the elven administrator and received the hotel's deed in return. Then he left the city hall and visited the hotel to complete the property transfer. The hotel was located next to the teleportation hall, so it could be considered prime real estate in 100 Flow City. After all, every player that teleported into 100 Flow City using a return scroll would arrive in the teleportation hall. So, the street the teleportation hall was located on became a place where almost all players had to pass through. In reality, the hotel's value was far from being worth just 17,600 gold. Even if it was sold for an astronomical price of 50,000 gold, guilds would still fight to purchase it. A magic array currently sealed the 3-story hotel, and no employees were working in the establishment. Only Sherfong, the holder of the hotel's deed, could enter the place. The density of the mana here is quite good. It's actually 30% higher than the outside world. Sherfong felt very satisfied when he sensed the mana within the hotel. A difference of 30% in mana density might not seem like much, but the mana in the miniature ancient world was originally much higher than the main continent's mana already. Thus, an increase of 30% was substantial. Players could receive substantial benefits if they tried to perceive and manipulate mana in this environment. Afterward, Sherfong started inspecting the hotel's interior. The hotel had 600 rooms spread across its 3 floors, of which 560 were basic rooms and 40 were advanced rooms. This was an impressive number for a basic hotel. Even if he charged only 20 silver per room, he could still make 120 gold per day. Currently, ordinary tier 3 experts earned only 2 to 3 gold per day on average. After deducting the money spent on repairing equipment and purchasing supplies, A Tier 3 expert would be fortunate if they could have 1 gold remaining. Meanwhile, a daily income of 120 gold was unfathomable for the average Tier 3 expert. When Shifeng entered an advanced room, he found that the density of the mana here was 20% higher than the mana found inside the basic rooms. This is a good place to reconstruct my mana body. Originally, Shifeng had planned to visit an advanced hotel in 100 Flow City to reconstruct his mana body. The construction of a mana body heavily depended on the ambient mana's density. Players would have a much easier time constructing their mana bodies if they did it in a place with dense mana. Of course, after a certain point, the benefits high-density mana brought would start to diminish. Meanwhile, the density of the mana found in this hotel's advanced rooms was already considerably high. Even if Shifeng visited a place with even denser mana, the benefits he could gain would be negligible. Immediately, Shifeng sat cross-legged on the mana-gathering magic array prepared in the middle of the room. Then he took out the demon god's blood that he had won from the Colosseum. The instant Shifeng opened the vial housing the demon god's blood, a powerful divine might instantly flooded the room. Even Shifeng found himself having difficulty breathing under the pressure of this divine might. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. System. Do you wish to use the demon god's blood and begin reconstructing your mana body? Yes. Chapter 2938. Going Beyond Epic. Chapter 12. Going Beyond Epic. As soon as Shifeng chose to reconstruct his mana body, the crimson blood in the vial transformed into streams of purplish-red mist that flowed into his body. 3 seconds later, golden divine runes appeared around Shifeng one after another, emitting ripples of divine might. The divine might was incredibly powerful, and even Tier 4 experts would find themselves immobilized when subjected to it. The divine runes that appeared were akin to flames as they continuously burned and erased Shifeng's original mana body. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After 15 minutes had passed, Shifeng could feel the divine might that enveloped his body growing weaker and weaker. Likewise, the presence of his mana body also grew fainter and fainter. By the time the divine might disappeared completely, his mana body's presence had disappeared completely. Simultaneously, a feeling of weakness spread across Shifeng's body. Amazing! It removed my mana body completely. Shifeng grew excited when he sensed that his bronze mana body had disappeared already. Although players could progress up to Tier 6 in God's domain, the biggest milestone was at Tier 3. This was because the mana body players constructed at Tier 3 would play a significant role in their advancement to higher tiers in the future. The mana body was also the main factor that separated God's domain's experts into 2 distinct classes. Even if a player managed to reach Tier 4, if their mana body did not reach the silver rank, they couldn't be regarded as an upper-class expert no matter what. They could never become a true mainstay in first-rate guilds and above. However, this wasn't an unreasonable distinction. After all, the mana body represented a player's future potential. No guild would be willing to support and nurture a person with no potential. This was also why second- and third-rate guilds could never contend against first-rate guilds. Unlike second- and third-rate guilds, first-rate guilds would only accept those with a silver mana body or above as their mainstays and executives. Next is the last step. Shifeng focused his attention on the system notification that had appeared before him. System, you have begun the reconstruction of your mana body. You have 6 hours to reconstruct your mana body. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have acquired a perfect epic demon, God's Blood. You can choose between obtaining 1 legendary mana body diagram, 1 peak epic mana body diagram, or 1 advanced epic mana body diagram. Legendary? Shifeng was dumbfounded. When he had become a Tier 6 sword god in the past, the mana body he had created for himself at Tier 3 was only an advanced epic mana body. although he couldn't say for certain that he had been the only person to have acquired an advanced epic mana body out of the many god-ranked experts back then. Even if there were others like him, there shouldn't be more than a handful. After all, in the eyes of most guilds, gold mana bodies were already the best mana body one could acquire. Information on epic mana bodies was so rare that most people didn't even know they existed. If not for the Miniature Ancient Worlds expansion pack information publicizing the existence of epic mana bodies, the first-rate guilds in this life probably wouldn't even know that there existed mana bodies surpassing gold mana bodies. As for legendary mana bodies, that was something even Shifeng had never heard of after becoming a Tier 6 sword god. It should be known that players with a gold mana body could already roam the continent without fear of the hostile energies that plague high-level maps. If a player acquired an epic mana body, they could further boost their stamina and concentration recovery rates. Even their perception toward mana would receive a considerable improvement. The benefits an epic mana body provided could probably allow players to move about freely even in the Miniature Ancient World's hostile environment. Acquiring an epic mana body was also part of Shifeng's plan to restart his campaign in God's domain. However, Shifeng never thought that there existed another rank above epic. Before Shifeng could recover from his surprise, another system notification appeared. System, you have 15 minutes to choose a mana body diagram. If you fail to decide within 15 minutes, you will receive the advanced epic mana body by default. Interesting. Shifeng smiled when he saw the system notification. Then he began carefully inspecting the 3 mana body diagrams the system provided. If given a choice, Shifeng would naturally choose the best mana body he could get his hands on. However, that was based on the precondition of completing the construction process within the allotted time. If he went with the legendary mana body out of greed and failed to construct it, he would simply be throwing away the opportunity to secure himself an advanced epic mana body or peak epic mana body. 10 minutes later, Shifeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As expected of a mana body that is above epic rank, even Apex experts are unlikely to be able to complete this legendary mana body in just 6 hours. Shifeng already experienced constructing an advanced epic mana body in his previous life, so he was confident he could construct a perfect one this time. He was even confident he could construct a peak epic mana body with a 95% completion rate or above. The construction of a mana body depended on the player's control over mana. The more adept one was at manipulating mana, the easier it would be for one to construct one's mana body. Meanwhile, as someone who had become a Tier 6 god in the past, Shifeng's mastery over mana manipulation had long since reached a realm that ordinary experts could not fathom. However, the legendary mana body's complexity was far above that of even epic mana bodies. The construction of an advanced epic mana body only needed players to control 5 sources of mana to create 5 separate magic arrays, while a peak epic mana body needed players to control 8 sources of mana. However, in the case of the legendary mana body, players needed to control as many as 16 sources of mana simultaneously. Even Shifeng had barely met this requirement. Moreover, this still wasn't the most crucial point. What made constructing the legendary mana body truly challenging was that players needed to construct 7 master magic arrays and connect them to form one Grandmaster magic array. Although Shifeng had been a Grandmaster magician during his previous life, with his current tier and concentration standard, he would be hard-pressed to construct so many high-ranking magic arrays. Not to mention, every one of these magic arrays needed to have a considerably high completion rate. Otherwise, the legendary mana body he created might even lose out to an epic mana body with a high completion rate. However, despite knowing the difficulty, Shifeng still chose to construct the legendary mana body without hesitation. He had lost his memories for some inexplicable reason after entering the main world in the past. This showed that the main world was a much more dangerous place than he expected, and that the strength he had back then wasn't enough to ensure his safety in the main world. Thus, what he needed to do now was simple, become much stronger than he had been in his previous life. Only by doing so would he have a chance at recovering his lost memories. Meanwhile, the legendary mana body was undoubtedly the first step into helping him grow stronger. Thus, regardless of the difficulty, he needed to try constructing the legendary mana body. Subsequently, Shifeng began manipulating the surrounding mana and constructing the legendary mana body based on the provided diagram. Because Shifeng sorely lacked in concentration recovery methods right now, manipulating 16 sources of mana simultaneously placed a heavy burden on his mind. At this time, he was relying entirely on his knowledge and experience as a Grandmaster Magician to create the 9 supporting magic arrays and 1 Grandmaster magic array. As time passed and he encountered failure after failure, he grew increasingly familiar with the Grandmaster magic array's construction process. After working continuously for 4 hours, Shifeng finally completed his first attempt at constructing the legendary mana body. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 71%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? No. Shifeng rejected without hesitation. A mana body needed to reach an 80% completion rate for it to function normally. Below 80%, a mana body would have its effects weakened. Thus, Shifeng's legendary mana body needed an 80% completion rate at the very minimum. Otherwise, he would have been better off going for an epic mana body with completion rate above 90%. After all, a mana body with a 90% completion rate would be able to perform at 100% capacity, and every additional percentage gained in completion rate would improve the mana body's performance significantly. In the past, Shifeng had been lucky and achieved a 91% completion rate on his advanced epic mana body. It had saved him a lot of trouble when he was advancing to higher tiers. Subsequently, Shifeng started his second attempt. Because of his previous experience, Shifeng took less than half an hour this time to complete his mana body. Moreover, its completion rate had surpassed the passing mark and reached 83%. However, Shifeng wasn't satisfied with this outcome, so he proceeded with his third and fourth attempts. Shifeng made a slight mistake on his third attempt, and the completion rate he got was 76%. On his fourth attempt, he managed an 86% completion rate. For the average expert, they would be delighted with such a result, even if their mana body was only at the silver rank, let alone the unheard-of legendary rank. However, Shifeng still wasn't satisfied with this result. I only have time for one more try. Shifeng hesitated for a moment when he saw the remaining time. However, after thinking it over, he clenched his teeth and began his fifth attempt. Shifeng would be lying if he said he wasn't satisfied with an 86% completion rate. However, if he wished to surpass his previous life, this result wasn't enough. After all, he no longer had the support of a guild in this life. If he lacked a sufficiently powerful mana body, he would have a tough time rising to the top of God's domain. After 4 attempts, Shifeng had already become very familiar with the legendary mana body's construction process. On his 4th attempt, he needed 10 minutes to construct the 7 master magic arrays and link them into one big Grandmaster magic array. Now he needed only 7 minutes to do so. Moreover, the construction process went much more smoothly than before. However, time was also ticking away rapidly as Shifeng constructed his mana body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU 17 minutes remaining. 12 minutes remaining. 6 minutes. 3 minutes. When less than 2 minutes remained, Shifeng inhaled and exhaled deeply. Good. It's done. Shifeng exclaimed out of excitement. Simultaneously, a system notification also appeared before him. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Chapter 2939, Inherent Mana Domain. Chapter 13, Inherent Mana Domain 94%? Shifeng grew ecstatic when he read the system notification. A mana body with a 90% completion rate could already perform at 100% capacity, and every percentage increase after 90% would further enhance the mana body to a certain extent. Meanwhile, an additional 4% would provide a massive improvement. To provide some context, take Alice, the Witch of the West, for example. She was known by all in God's domain for her gold mana body that had a 98% completion rate. This gold mana body granted her extraordinary perception and control toward mana, which, in turn, allowed her to stand above all magical class players. Meanwhile, the only mana body that could match Alice's near-perfect gold mana body was probably Shurfeng's advanced epic mana body, which had a 91% completion rate. Now, though, not only did Shurfeng have a legendary mana body, but its completion rate had even reached 94%. If comparing solely in terms of mana perception and control, he was leagues above his previous life. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 94%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Upon receiving another reminder from the system, Shurfeng quickly snapped out of his daze and chose to keep the mana body he created. Immediately afterward, gold and divine runes appeared around Shurfeng's body. The dense mana surrounding Shurfeng also flooded into his body, continuously improving his body's overall strength and perception. In just several seconds, Shurfeng could sense that he had already surpassed himself when he first constructed his advanced epic mana body. The strengthening process continued for nearly 20 seconds before the divine runes faded out of existence. At this time, not one bit of mana remained inside the room. Mana was the foundation of all life in God's domain, so a place without mana was not a place that living creatures could survive in. Even Tier 3 players with a gold mana body could only survive in a space void of mana for a short period. Yet, at this time, Shurfeng did not feel even the slightest discomfort while sitting in this manaless room. So this is a legendary mana body? An indescribable sense of shock filled Shurfeng as he perceived the space around him. When he had first completed his advanced epic mana body in his previous life, he had only acquired a rudimentary form of a mana domain, whose only function was to prevent the mana in his body from leaking away. However, the completion of the legendary mana body had directly provided him with a fully functioning mana domain. Although this mana domain only covered a small radius of 10 yards, it was still a bona fide mana domain. Within the space the mana domain covered, he was the ruler. He could freely manipulate mana within this space and prevent it from being influenced by the mana outside. Typically, players would only begin creating a rudimentary form of a mana domain after they had reached Tier 4. Meanwhile, only a small minority of experts would be capable of creating a full-fledged mana domain at Tier 4. Yet, Shurfeng had received a full-fledged mana domain immediately after he had constructed his mana body. Apart from the full-fledged mana domain, what also surprised Shurfeng was the improvement he received toward his mana perception, recovery speeds for stamina and concentration, and the toughness of his body. Even though a mana body didn't provide players with any increase in basic attributes, it still influenced a player's performance heavily as it provided non-statistical improvements such as mana perception, recovery speed, and physical toughness. Firstly, mana perception. Mana perception played an important role in players' ability to manipulate mana. Meanwhile, the better a player was at manipulating mana, the higher their skills and spells completion rates would be. Secondly, recovery speed. The greater a player's recovery speed was, the quicker they could recover the stamina and concentration they expended in battle. This, in turn, would increase the duration in which they could stay in the battle. Lastly, physical toughness. Physical toughness affected a player's ability to withstand attacks. Although physical toughness wouldn't reduce the amount of damage players took, it reduced players' chances of suffering physical injuries. If a player had sufficiently high physical toughness, an attack that should have originally caused a heavy injury might only end up causing a light injury. This was a significant difference, as a light injury wouldn't hamper a player's performance, whereas a heavy injury would. If a player sorely lacked physical toughness, They might even lose their limbs to a powerful attack, severely affecting their combat performance. Currently, Feng could sense that his mana perception was already on par with what he had when he initially reached Tier 4 during his previous life. He could already clearly perceive the basic operating principles of the various elements of mana surrounding him. As for his recovery speed, it was double that of the advanced epic mana body. Even though he was only a Tier 3 Sword King right now, he could execute 6 extreme slashes, an advanced combat technique, without burden. As for his physical toughness, it was already on par with the physical toughness of the average Tier 4 mythic monster. Now, attacks at the Tier 3 standard couldn't even put a scratch on him, and only Tier 4 attacks could threaten him. This inherent mana domain saves me a lot of trouble. Feng couldn't help but smile as he manipulated his mana domain. His mana domain would only cover a 10-yard radius around him when he wasn't actively controlling it. However, once he actively controlled it, the mana domain could cover up to a 50-yard radius. While a 50-yard radius was below average for a full-fledged mana domain, it was more than enough for a Tier 3 player. This was because the maximum attack range of the average Tier 3 expert was only 50 yards. Meanwhile, his mana domain would weaken all enemies within its range by a certain extent. Originally, Feng had been having a headache trying to think of a way to help his students. His students were far too weak right now, and if he wanted them to be of any help to him, he needed to improve their combat standards. Only improving their combat standards was easier said than done. Even though he had taught his students the refinement exercise, they couldn't reach the refinement realm solely by relying on the exercise. They needed to pair the exercise with lots of combat experience. If he still had the resources available to Zero Wing, he could have simply let his students participate in simulated battles against refinement realm experts and gain combat experience that way. This was also how the various superpowers trained their young talents. However, he was merely the ex-guild leader of a second-rate guild right now. He didn't have any training resources in his possession right now. Trying to mimic the training methods of superpowers was nothing but a dream. Thus, the only option available to him was to have his students partake in live combat before constructing his legendary mana body and acquiring a mana domain. Feng would have had difficulty creating a safe environment for his students to carry out live combat. However, now that he had a mana domain, that would no longer be a problem. So long as his students fought within his mana domain, he could control the flow of battle as he wished, thereby minimizing the risk of casualties. Meanwhile, when Feng was inspecting his new mana domain, he suddenly received a call from Wu Lingling. "Everyone has gathered in the Blue Rose Bar already. Instructor Shi," Wu Lingling said as she looked at Feng through the video chat. Then, she worriedly asked, "Should I make some additional arrangements?" Previously, Feng had already made it clear in his message that they would be challenging the Withered Ruins, the nearest level 100 regional dungeon to 100 Flow City. Unlike team dungeons, regional dungeons didn't have an entry limit. Players could enter the map by themselves or in massive teams. Meanwhile, not only did the monsters inside a regional dungeon provide ample EXP, but they also had much better loot than monsters found in the outside world. Thus, the Withered Ruins was the perfect place for 100 Flow City's experts to grind at. However, grinding at the Withered Ruins wasn't an easy task. Like team dungeons, regional dungeons could similarly be categorized by difficulty, with the first 3 difficulties being normal, hard, and hell. Among them, hard mode regional dungeons were already enough to deter the average Tier 3 team. Only teams made up of Tier 3 experts could cope in these dungeons. Meanwhile, the Withered Ruins was a hell mode regional dungeon. Even Tier 3 expert teams could face annihilation if they weren't careful inside. Typically, only the frontline teams of large guilds could operate with relative safety inside a hell mode regional dungeon. As for freshman students like themselves, they were almost guaranteed to die should they enter the Withered Ruins. If they wanted to grind inside the withered ruins, they would need to recruit the help of some frontline experts. After all, there was no way Sir Feng could take care of everyone on the team. Sir Feng chuckled at Wu Lingling's concern. Then he said, "Since you've already gathered, fill your stomachs with some food and drinks. We'll meet up at the Withered Ruins entrance in 2 hours. Fighting in a regional dungeon is much more exhausting than fighting in the outside world. So you should also prepare some stamina and concentration recovery potions." After saying so, Sir Feng disconnected the call, his words rendering Wu Lingling speechless. A female guardian knight wielding dark gold ranked buckler and clad in level 100 fine gold equipment happened to overhear Sir Feng and Wu Lingling. In a worried voice, the female guardian knight asked, "Could instructor sure be joking with us, class rep? The Withered Ruins is a hell mode regional dungeon. If we head there as we are now..." Previously, when the other students heard from Wu Lingling that they would be going to the Withered Ruins, they had reacted in joy and excitement. Hell mode regional dungeons were places where even ordinary expert teams dared not enter, and only the expert teams of powerful guilds and adventure teams would set foot into it. Under normal circumstances, students like themselves wouldn't even dare harbor any thoughts of entering a hell mode regional dungeon. Even the advanced instructors of the Gods Domain Academy wouldn't bring their students into one. After all, doing so would require them to hire a bunch of frontline experts as babysitters, and they definitely wouldn't be willing to foot such a cost for mere students. Thus, they were ecstatic when they first heard that Sir Feng would be taking them into the Withered Ruins. Now, though, is instructor sure trying to take a gamble? It's the freshman tournament tomorrow, and every instructor has to send 3 students out to fight as a team. I heard that the top 3 instructors would get to visit one of the secret pavilion's training branches. This is a rare opportunity, even in our academy, a male assassin with a lean body suddenly said. Upon hearing this male assassin's words, realization immediately dawned upon the other students present. The secret pavilion was a transcendental existence in God's domain, and innumerable experts had originated from it. Even among super guilds, few were capable of rivaling the secret pavilion when it came to training talents. However, the secret pavilion would only ever train its own talents. Never did it allow the talents and experts of the various academies to join its training program. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU now, though, the secret pavilion was allowing the Gods Domain Academy's instructors to visit one of its training branches. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for the Academy's instructors. Meanwhile, it was already common knowledge that Sir Feng had been Shadow's ex-guild leader, and that he had failed to break out of Tier 3 even after many years of struggles. If he could participate in the secret pavilion's training session, he might finally achieve a breakthrough and reach Tier 4. Meanwhile, out of the 30 students apprenticed under Sir Feng, only Wu Lingling was capable of ranking among the top of this year's freshmen. However, the freshman tournament was a team match. There was no way Wu Lingling could win the tournament by herself. She needed teammates that could be of help to her. Thus, Sir Feng was taking them to the Withered Ruins and betting on the possibility that the other students might improve there. All right, stop making blind guesses. Let's get ready and set out. When Wu Lingling saw her classmates starting to voice opinions about Sir Feng's decision, she quickly stopped them in their tracks. Though she didn't know whether to laugh or cry on the inside. If they were already complaining about grinding in the Withered Ruins, what would happen if she told them about the matter regarding the Mana Outpost? Chapter 2940. Entering Hell Mode for the First Time. Chapter 14. Entering Hell Mode for the first time, the Withered Ruins was a magnificent city surrounded by a dead forest. Currently, over 30 teams had gathered in front of the magic barrier that surrounded the dead forest. Every one of these teams had at least 100 members, with some having up to 200 members. Moreover, even the weakest player was equipped in level 100 dark gold set equipment, while the strongest was fully equipped in epic equipment. When Wu Lingling and the others first arrived before the Withered Ruins, They immediately felt an oppressive feeling enveloping their bodies. Right now, even a fool could tell that their group of students did not belong to this place. They stood out like a sore thumb when they stood among these expert players. Meanwhile, the arrival of Wu Lingling's group also attracted the attention of the many expert teams present. This was especially true for one particular 200-man team. After taking a glance at Wu Lingling's group, a woman clad in an exquisite robe and wielding a crystalline epic staff sneered and said, "What's a bunch of children like them doing here? What is their leader even thinking? Do they think that a Hell Mode regional dungeon is some playground for children?" The words of the woman attracted the approval of many of her team members. Like the woman, these people also looked at Wu Lingling with eyes full of contempt. While it was true that any player who met the level requirement could enter a Hell Mode team dungeon, it didn't mean anyone who met the level requirement should enter a Hell Mode team dungeon. After all, it wasn't without reason that Hell Mode team dungeons were known as leveling spots for expert players. There was no possibility that Wu Lingling and her teammates were experts disguised to look like university students, either. Although players could alter their character appearances in God's domain, they couldn't hide their age. Meanwhile, anyone could tell at a glance that Wu Lingling and her teammates were merely a bunch of students. Moreover, judging by how they moved, they were definitely a bunch of newbies who had entered God's domain only recently. With the combat standards they possessed, let alone putting up a fight, they couldn't flee for their lives should they enter the withered ruins. While the members of this 200-man team were having a hushed discussion about Wu Lingling's group, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor and wielding 2 tower shields also glanced at Wu Lingling's group. Then he looked at his team members and said, "It's time. Get ready to enter." As soon as this middle-aged man spoke, everyone on the 200-man team promptly shut their mouths and readied themselves to enter the withered ruins. Even the woman wielding the crystalline epic staff dared not continue speaking. Instead, she took out a magic scroll from her bag and started casting a spell that increased everyone's basic attributes. Although their team had entered many Hell Mode regional dungeons before, those were dungeons found on the main continent. The miniature ancient world had a much harsher environment than the main continent, and the monsters here were much stronger. Since this was their first time entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon in the miniature ancient world, they had no idea exactly how powerful the monsters inside were. Thus, they dared not act recklessly. At the same time as this 200-man team started getting ready, the other teams present also began making their respective preparations. The behavior of these teams made it look like this 200-man team was their leader. The reason for everyone's reaction was simple. It was because this 200-man team had an extraordinary origin. Although this 200-man team consisted of only independent players, these players were all members of Soulfire, a top adventure team in God's domain. Soulfire was an adventure team that only appeared 5 years after the launch of God's domain. The adventure team had started as a small group of several dozen players. Now, though it had already become one of the top 50 adventure teams on the eastern continent, its member count exceeding 200,000. Although Soulfire's member count was inferior to even third-rate guilds, every member qualified to join Soulfire was an expert capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 6th floor at the very least. Thus, Soulfire's overall strength rivaled even that of first-rate guilds. Moreover, the person leading Soulfire's 200-man team this time was none other than Southern Tiger, one of Soulfire's 16 captains and a half-step Tier 5 expert during his peak. Although Tier 5 players were labeled as apex existences in God's domain, the existence of Tier 5 players was incredibly rare. Tier 5 players were so rare that any one of them could instantly become the backbone of a first-rate guild should they choose to join one. In a situation where only a small portion of God's domain's players had chosen to enter the miniature ancient world, the existence of a half-step Tier 5 player was as rare as a phoenix's feather, let alone actual Tier 5 players. After all, not all players who had reached Tier 4 or higher possessed the courage to restart their progress from level 100, Tier 3. Meanwhile, even if everyone now had their tiers reduced to Tier 3, an expert who had once reached the half-step Tier 5 standard was still in existence, worthy of everyone's respect. Move out! Southern Tiger bellowed as he looked toward the withered ruins. Immediately, Soulfire's 200-man team began marching toward the magic barrier that enveloped the regional dungeon. As for the other teams, they waited for around a minute after Soulfire's team disappeared before entering the dungeon themselves. Evidently, they planned on letting Soulfire test the waters and open the way for them. When all but Shifeng's students remained outside the withered ruins, Qin Wuchen couldn't help but turn toward Wu Lingling and asked, "What should we do now, class rep?" According to the information they found, it wasn't safe for players to enter the withered ruins whenever they wanted. This was due to the effects of the magic barrier enveloping the dungeon. On the surface, there was only one entrance into the withered ruins. However, in reality, the instant players walked through the magic barrier, they would be teleported to a random location inside the dungeon, depending on their time of entry. Meanwhile, the current time just so happened to be when players were guaranteed to get teleported to the withered ruins outer region. Once players missed this safe period, they would have to either wait 6 hours for the next safe period or risk getting teleported to the withered ruins inner region. Even for current expert teams, a level 100 Hell Mode regional dungeon's outer region was a huge challenge, so getting teleported to the inner region would be an absolute nightmare. This was also why the many expert teams from before did not enter the withered ruins as soon as they arrived. Wu Lingling grew anxious when she heard Qin Wuchen's question. She had no idea what they should do right now. If they rashly entered the dungeon without Shifeng accompanying them, they would all but guarantee their deaths. Yet, if they didn't enter the dungeon now, they would have to wait for 6 more hours to do so. The miniature ancient world had been open to players only recently, so now was the best time for players to grind for levels. It was also a crucial period for players to secure the many opportunities available in the miniature ancient world for themselves. Their group had already wasted a lot of time gathering up previously. If they wasted 6 more hours on top of that, they would certainly miss out on many opportunities. During the time Wu Lingling was stomping her feet out of anxiety, a figure slowly approached the group of students. Meanwhile, this figure belonged to none other than Shifeng. "What took you so long, Instructor Shi? The safe period is almost over. If we don't get ready to enter now, we'll have to wait here for another 6 hours. Wu Lingling immediately started complaining when she saw Shifeng approaching. Compared to the expert teams from before, students like themselves needed to make many more preparations before entering a Hell Mode regional dungeon. Not only would they need to cast all sorts of buffs on themselves, but they would also have to use various enhancement potions. Most importantly, they needed to sort out everyone's responsibilities and positionings in battle. Otherwise, they would only be getting themselves killed if they entered the withered ruins. Similar to Wu Lingling, everyone else on the team also couldn't help but grow nervous. Although everyone had previously been afraid and opposed Shifeng's decision to grind in the withered ruins, after arriving before the regional dungeon and seeing all those expert teams, they couldn't help but desire to compete with and grind at the same location as those expert teams. Thus, seeing Shifeng's late and unhurried arrival stimulated their nerves. Meanwhile, Shifeng chuckled when he saw the anxiety on his students' faces. Then he said, "A Hell Mode regional dungeon isn't as tough as you imagine. You don't need any troublesome preparations, either. You bought the stamina recovery potions I asked you to, right? Have everyone take a bottle now, and let's enter the dungeon. Just 1 stamina recovery potion is enough?" Wu Lingling couldn't help but doubt her ears when she heard Shifeng's words. The stamina recovery potion was an item sold in almost every potion shop in God's domain. Although the potion had an exorbitant price tag of 1 gold per bottle, it was a must-have item when grinding out in the fields. This was especially true in the miniature ancient world. However, apart from improving the user's stamina recovery rate, The potion provided no other benefits. Yet, Feng was now telling them that they only needed a stamina recovery potion to enter a Hell Mode regional dungeon? All right, hurry up. We're running out of time. Feng said after taking a look at the time. What about the team's division of labor and positioning, Instructor Shi? Qin Wuchen asked in an exasperated tone. A team's positioning and division of labor were the foundation of team battles. If everyone on the team didn't have a clear task, chaos would ensue once the battle began. In such a situation, the team would be fortunate if it could even exhibit 30% of its combat power. Meanwhile, Feng had not told them anything about their respective responsibilities when he gathered them before. Most of them had also only gotten acquainted with each other today, so they had no experience working together before. If they rashly entered the withered ruins under such circumstances, the consequences would be unimaginable. In response, Feng smiled and leisurely said, "We can do that after we are inside. You guys really don't need to stress yourselves out so much. It's just a Hell Mode regional dungeon." Feng's words rendered everyone speechless. Everyone also couldn't help but cast looks of contempt at their calm instructor. Even Wu Lingling was at the brink of tears when she heard Feng's words. This was a Hell Mode regional dungeon they were talking about. Even the various large guilds' expert teams wouldn't dare act recklessly inside such a dungeon. Yet now, Feng spoke as if they were about to go and grind some common monsters at the beginner area. However, Feng paid no attention to the looks of contempt he received. After having his students stand in a group, he promptly walked into the withered ruins. Seeing this, Wu Lingling and the others had no choice but to follow Feng. Inwardly, they prayed that they wouldn't meet any monsters after entering the dungeon. The moment everyone stepped through the barrier, a bright light blinded them momentarily. Then, when their vision recovered, they found themselves standing on a hill a short distance away from the dilapidated city walls. Standing on top of the hill gave everyone a good view of their surroundings. They could see everything within a radius of several thousand yards. However, it was precisely because of this good field of view that Wu Lingling and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? Wu Lingling and the others felt a chill crawling down their spines when they saw the half-orcs that covered the forest at the bottom of the hill. Demonized half-orc fighter. Demonized creature, High Lord, level 100 HP 50 million, demonized half-orc warrior. Demonized creature, Great Lord, level 100 HP 140 million. These demonized half-orcs were 5 to 6 meters tall, and ominous pitch-black runes covered their robust bodies. Moreover, every one of these half-orcs patrolled the dead forest in groups, with the smaller groups having over 200 half-orcs and the larger groups having over 500 half-orcs. To make matters worse, demonized half-orc warriors made up at least 20% of every one of these groups' numbers. However, what made these demonized half-orcs truly terrifying was the number of HP bars they had. Even weaker half-orc fighters had 5 HP bars. In God's domain, the number of HP bars a monster had also represented the combat standards they possessed. Meanwhile, a monster with 5 HP bars would possess combat standards rivaling ordinary expert players. If ordinary experts came across such a monster, they would have to take the long way around, as picking a fight with such a monster would only lead to their deaths. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, yet even the weakest demonized half-orc here had 5 HP bars, while the stronger ones had 7 HP bars. Let alone their team of 30 students, even the 200-man expert team they came across would suffer if they fought against these demonized half-orcs. Meanwhile, during the time Wu Lingling and the others were stunned by the sight before them, Feng suddenly said, "All right, let's start grinding." Before Wu Lingling and the others could react, Feng picked up a small rock by his feet and threw it at a demonized half-orc warrior in the nearby forest, the rock transforming into a streak of light and accurately hitting the half-orc warrior's head. Immediately, the half-orc warrior that was struck turned to Sure Fang's direction and let loose an angry roar, the roar inciting the other half-orcs nearby into a frenzy. Then, every one of these frenzied half-orcs turned their heads toward Sure Fang's group.